It was mid-October when I decided to take a solo trip into the Appalachians. I'd been itching for a break from the chaos of city life, a chance to disappear into the woods for a week and be utterly alone. I'd done my research, mapped out the trails, and packed enough supplies to last me comfortably. The plan was simple: hike in, set up camp at a small clearing near a creek I'd read about, and spend my days wandering and taking photographs. Simple, or so I thought. The first day went smoothly. I parked my car at the trailhead just as dawn broke, the morning mist clinging to the tree branches like a thin veil. The air was crisp, the kind of clean that makes your lungs feel like they're opening for the first time in years. I hoisted my pack and started down the trail, the crunch of leaves underfoot blending with the distant calls of birds. There was a rhythm to the hike that day, the trail winding through groves of oak and maple, the sunlight filtering through the trees in sharp golden beams. By late afternoon, I found the clearing I'd scouted on my map. It was perfect. A small patch of grass surrounded by dense trees, a gentle creek running along one side. I set up my tent and gathered firewood, humming quietly to myself. The first night was serene. The only sounds the babbling of the creek and the occasional snap of a twig as some unseen animal moved through the underbrush. I fell asleep easily, comforted by the solitude and the cool, clean air. The second day was when things started to feel off. I decided to hike a trail that veered further into the mountains, something a little more remote. It was easy at first. The trail was wide and clearly marked, but as I went deeper, the forest grew thicker, the sunlight struggling to reach the forest floor. I kept my phone in my pocket, mostly for GPS, though service was patchy at best. Around midday, I noticed something strange. The forest was unusually quiet. No birds, no rustle of small animals, nothing. I stopped and listened, feeling a chill creep down my spine. It wasn't complete silence. There was the faint, distant sound of the creek, but otherwise, it was eerily still. I shook it off as my imagination. I'd read that solitude can mess with your mind, that when you're alone in nature, even the smallest noises, or the absence of them, can feel amplified. I continued hiking, trying to focus on the scenery, the colors of the leaves, the patterns of sunlight, the occasional deer that would dart across the trail. But the quiet was unnerving. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed footprints in the mud. Human footprints. Large, heavy, and fresh. I froze, staring at them. They were going in the same direction I was heading, deeper into the woods. My first thought was another hiker, but I'd seen no one all morning. And then I realized the trail I was on was not well-traveled at all. Most people didn't hike this far in. I debated turning back, but curiosity got the better of me. The footprints were oddly spaced, almost like the person or thing was walking in a deliberate, slow manner. I followed them for a while, my heart pounding, until I noticed something else. The prints were no longer consistent. Some looked human, but others were wider, heavier, almost clawed. My stomach sank. I turned back, deciding to head to my camp before nightfall. By the time I got back to the clearing, the sun was low, casting long shadows through the trees. I was shaking, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind or an animal. I made a fire and cooked my dinner, keeping my backpack close and my knife within reach. That night, sleep was fitful. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me sit up, staring into the darkness outside the tent. I kept telling myself it was just the forest settling, but the feeling of being watched refused to leave. The next morning, I found the footprints again, this time around my camp. They hadn't been there the night before. They were circling my tent, coming close enough that I could see the impressions of toes and nails pressed into the soil. My stomach turned. Someone or something had been there while I slept. I packed up quickly, deciding I'd had enough of this particular clearing. I hiked for hours, staying on marked trails, trying to convince myself it was just a hiker who'd passed by. But the unease never left me. Every rustle in the leaves, every snapping branch felt deliberate, as if someone was moving just out of sight, keeping pace with me. I checked behind trees in the underbrush, but there was never anyone there. By the third night, I had moved to another campsite, farther along the trail. I built a fire in a small clearing near the top of a ridge, hoping the elevation would give me some sense of security. The wind picked up that evening, rattling the trees and sending a chill down my spine. I heard something then, A faint whisper, almost indistinguishable from the wind. I froze, straining to listen. It was a voice. It was a voice, low and hoarse, saying something I couldn't quite make out. My heart raced, and I shone my flashlight around the clearing, but there was nothing there. I told myself I was imagining it. I had to be. I was alone. There was no one else in these woods. But then I heard it again, closer this time. A low, guttural whisper coming from just beyond the tree line. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, scanning the shadows, trying to stay calm. The whisper stopped. The forest returned to its oppressive silence. Sleep was impossible that night. I sat by the fire until it died, listening to the forest, my senses on high alert. Every crackle, every rustle made my body tense. When I finally drifted off, it was only for short bursts, waking repeatedly at the slightest sound. The fourth day was the worst. I decided to hike back toward the main trailhead, but the woods seemed to have changed. The paths I thought I knew twisted unexpectedly, leading me into areas I didn't recognize. It was as if the forest itself was shifting around me. The footprints reappeared, following me at a distance. They were erratic now, some human, some not. I tried to lose them by taking side trails, but they always reappeared, circling around me, waiting. Around midday, I reached a small clearing where the sunlight broke through the trees in a stark beam. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the trees. Tall, thin, unnaturally still. It was facing me, but I couldn't see a face. Just darkness beneath what looked like a hood. My breath caught and my legs froze. I tried to call out, but my voice was gone. The figure didn't move. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and disappeared into the forest. I ran. I ran without direction, ignoring the trails, ignoring the calls of the birds. I didn't stop until I found a stream and followed it downhill, hoping it would lead me back to civilization. But the forest was relentless. The trees seemed denser now, the shadows deeper, almost alive. I kept hearing whispers, low and guttural, echoing through the trees. I wasn't sure if they were real or my mind breaking under the pressure of fear and exhaustion. By evening, I stumbled onto a dirt road. Relief flooded me. I ran down it, screaming for help. A car finally appeared in the distance, headlights cutting through the dusk. I waved frantically, and the driver stopped. A middle-aged man rolled down the window. I was breathless, shaking, muttering about footprints, whispers, and a figure in the woods. He looked at me with concern, but also confusion. "Where exactly were you?" he asked. I gave him the name of the trailhead, but he frowned. "That trail's been closed for years," he said. "Section up there's private property now. No one goes in there anymore." Panic surged through me. "But I've been on it for days," I stammered. "I've camped, hiked. Someone's been following me. There was a figure." He shook his head. "You shouldn't have been there. Nobody's been in those woods for years. You're lucky you found the road before dark." I tried to explain, but the words didn't make sense even to me. The reality of it was sinking in slowly. I had been somewhere that wasn't meant to be, somewhere abandoned, or perhaps something else entirely. The drive back to town was silent. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure. But there was nothing. I told a few friends later, but no one believed me. They said I must have gotten lost, imagined things, spooked myself. Maybe they were right. Maybe the isolation, exhaustion, and fear had played tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I swear I hear whispers. Even now, I can't explain it, and I never will. The woods are still out there, patient, waiting. I know I'll never set foot in them again. And sometimes when I see a shadow move in the corner of my eye, I wonder if whatever I saw is still watching, just beyond the edge of vision, waiting for another chance to step out of the dark. I will never go alone in the woods again. Story the end. I'd been meaning to get away for a while, to clear my head. Work had been stressful, the city felt suffocating, and every day I woke up with this gnawing feeling like I was just stuck. So I decided to do something about it. I requested a week off, packed my gear, and drove out to the Appalachian foothills of North Carolina, where an old coworker had told me about a little-used trail system that hardly anyone knew about. The plan was simple. Hike in about 6 miles, set up camp near a creek, spend a few days with nothing but my thoughts, and hike back out when I felt ready. I'd done solo trips before, mostly weekend hikes in state parks, but nothing this deep into the woods. Still, I wasn't worried. I had a solid tent, enough food for a week, a satellite communicator, and a decent sense of direction. I left the trailhead around 10 a.m., the August sun already heavy overhead, and made good time. The forest was quiet except for the buzz of cicadas, the occasional rustle of something darting through the undergrowth, and the crunch of my boots on the dirt path. By the time I reached the small clearing by the creek around 3 p.m., I was sweating and sore but relieved. The place was perfect, shaded by towering oaks and pines, the creek babbling just loud enough to be soothing but not overpowering. I pitched my tent, strung up a bear bag for my food, and settled in for the evening. I cooked some ramen over my little camp stove and just sat there staring at the water as the sky went from orange to purple. I didn't see a single person the whole hike in, and there were no signs anyone had been around in a long time. No old fire rings, no footprints, nothing. It felt like I had the whole forest to myself. The first night was uneventful. I fell asleep to the sound of the creek and the distant hoot of an owl, waking up only once when something small, maybe a raccoon or a possum, rustled near the camp. The second day, I decided to explore deeper into the woods without my pack, just a light day hike to get a feel for the area. The trees were dense and the ground was uneven, with little gullies and hidden hollows that made me check my compass often. Around noon, I stumbled on what looked like an old deer trail that wound downhill toward another creek. I followed it for about an hour until I came to this strange, overgrown clearing. It was quiet, too quiet. No insects, no birds, just this heavy stillness that made my skin prickle. There were old stones arranged in a rough circle in the middle of the clearing, covered in moss and half buried in the dirt. They didn't look like natural formations. I stood there for a while, staring at them, trying to figure out what I was looking at. Some kind of old fire pit, maybe? Or a remnant of a foundation from a long-abandoned homestead. But it didn't feel right. Something about the way the stones were arranged, the way the trees seemed to curve inward, like they'd grown around the space instead of through it, it just made me uneasy. I didn't stay long. I turned around and hiked back to camp, telling myself I was overthinking it, that it was just some old forgotten site. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. That night, the woods felt different. I couldn't explain it, but the air seemed heavier, charged, like the calm before a storm. I kept the fire going longer than usual, listening. At around midnight, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer moving through the brush. But then I heard it again. Slow, deliberate steps, crunching leaves and twigs, circling the perimeter of my camp. I sat up, heart hammering, and grabbed my flashlight. I flicked it on, sweeping the beam through the trees, but there was nothing, just the shadows of branches and the faint shimmer of the creek. The footsteps stopped. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, the flashlight clutched tight in my hand. When I finally crawled out of the tent, everything looked normal. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing disturbed. I told myself it had to have been a deer, maybe even a bear. The sound had carried weird in the still night air, that was all. But by the third night, I knew it wasn't an animal. I'd been dozing when I heard it again, that same slow pacing around the edge of camp, just beyond the reach of my firelight. This time, it didn't stop when I sat up. It just kept circling, steady and unhurried, crunching leaves in a slow arc. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. "Who's out there?" No answer. Just that steady, deliberate movement. I grabbed my flashlight again, but when I swung the beam toward the trees, there was nothing. Just darkness between the trunks. Then, all at once, the sound stopped. Dead silence. I stayed up the rest of the night, gripping my knife and telling myself over and over that it was nothing, that I was just spooking myself. The next morning, I packed my gear. I told myself I'd had enough of solitude, and that I'd just head back to the trailhead a few days early. I broke camp fast, hardly eating, and started the hike out. But less than 2 miles down the trail, I realized something was wrong. The trail didn't look familiar. At first, I thought I'd just missed a marker, so I backtracked to where I'd come from, but nothing looked right. No blazes on the trees, no familiar bends in the trail, nothing. I pulled out my compass and map, trying to stay calm, but the needle spun oddly, twitching like it couldn't settle. My satellite communicator wouldn't connect either. No signal, even though it had worked fine the day before. By noon, the air felt suffocating. The forest was silent again, that same heavy stillness as the clearing I'd found. And then, just when I was sure I'd gotten turned around and needed to set up camp again before dark, I saw something between the trees. A figure. Far off, maybe 50 yards ahead, half hidden by the undergrowth. It looked like a man, tall, thin, wearing dark clothing. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing me. I froze. I wanted to call out to say something, but my throat locked up. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. I don't remember the rest of the afternoon clearly. I just know I ran. I didn't care where. I just needed to get away from that spot, away from whatever I'd just seen. When night fell, I had no choice but to stop. My legs were shaking, my shirt soaked with sweat. I set up my tent in a small clearing and built a fire, trying to push away the panic clawing at the edges of my mind. That night, the footsteps came back. Only this time, they didn't circle the camp. They came closer. I sat in my tent, clutching my knife as the sound moved just outside the thin nylon wall. Slow, dragging steps like someone was walking barefoot through the leaves. Then a whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but I heard them. Low, broken murmurs, this just beyond the tent. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. When dawn broke, I shoved everything into my pack and started walking. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I needed to keep moving, keep trying to find the trail, the road, any sign of people. But the forest wouldn't let me out. No matter which direction I turned, the trees all looked the same. The creek I thought I was following disappeared, and the sun seemed to hang in the same position in the sky, like time itself wasn't moving. By the fifth day, my food was gone, my water running low. My legs ached, my lips were cracked, and my mind felt foggy, like I was drifting in and out of a fever dream. That's when I saw the stones again, the same circle, the same overgrown clearing. Only this time there were shapes carved into the stones, crude symbols, spirals, and jagged lines that hadn't been there before. And someone had built a fire in the middle of the circle. The ashes were still warm. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually my body gave out. I collapsed against a tree, gasping, and when I looked up, the sun was setting again, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like they were reaching for me. The last thing I remember is hearing the footsteps again, closer than ever, and that same low whisper right by my ear. I don't know how I got out. I woke up 3 days later in a ranger station, dehydrated and covered in scratches. They told me a search team had found me wandering near a service road, delirious and mumbling nonsense. My gear was gone except for my knife, which they found clenched so tightly in my hand they had to pry it free. I tried to tell them what happened, about the footsteps, the whispering, the figure in the woods. They just nodded and said I was lucky to be alive, that people get turned around out there all the time. But I know what I heard, I know what I saw, and I know I'll never go back into those woods again. Story the end. It started out as just another weekend camping trip. I had been looking forward to it for months. A chance to get away from the city, the constant noise, the people, and just breathe. I planned to go alone. Some people might have thought it was reckless, but I'd grown up camping, hiking, and spending nights out in the wilderness. I considered myself experienced, and I had enough gear to last a week. I wasn't going into some untouched remote area. I was headed to a national forest in the Pacific Northwest, a place with established trails, designated campsites, and cell service in some areas, enough to feel safe. The drive there was long, quiet, but peaceful. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees when I reached the trailhead. The parking lot was nearly empty, which I didn't mind. I laced up my boots, double-checked my backpack, and started hiking in. My plan was to go far enough to find a secluded spot, set up camp before dark, and spend the night listening to the forest. I was excited, really. Alone in the woods with nothing but nature. It was supposed to be relaxing. After a couple of hours, I found a small clearing off the trail. There was an old fire ring. Someone had been there before, but it was abandoned and overgrown. The place felt quiet in a way that was almost unnatural. Not silent, but unnervingly still. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the evening settling in. I set up my tent, started a small fire, and sat back to enjoy the last light fading through the trees. The first night was uneventful. I ate, read a bit, then crawled into my sleeping bag. The forest was alive around me, the rustle of leaves, distant animal calls, the occasional snap of a branch. I wasn't worried. I felt like I belonged there. Sleep came easily, but I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of something outside the tent. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving around the perimeter of my camp. I froze, my heart thudding. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but something about the sound didn't match. This felt human and cautious, like whoever, or whatever, was outside didn't want to be seen. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing, listening. The footsteps circled once, then stopped. There was a pause, and I swear I could hear a soft exhale, like someone had stopped to watch me. Then, after what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute, the footsteps moved away. I didn't dare make a sound until I was sure the noise had gone. I convinced myself I was imagining it, or that maybe some other camper was nearby. It didn't make sense for someone to be out here at this hour without me noticing them earlier. The next day, I hiked farther into the forest, trying to shake off the unease. The trail narrowed, the trees thickened, and the sunlight barely made it through the canopy. Birds called overhead, but something was different. Everything felt watching. I checked behind me constantly, expecting to see someone, but there was no one. Just me and the forest. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my hike, my breathing, the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt. I kept my phone handy, even though I wasn't expecting reception. I found a new spot to camp that evening. It was a small ridge overlooking a stream, away from the main trail. I set up my tent, tried to relax, and even made a fire. But as darkness fell, I felt a creeping paranoia I couldn't shake. The forest noises seemed louder, closer, like they were pressing in around me. That night, the footsteps returned. Only this time, I was sure of it. They were outside the tent, circling, stopping, circling again. I could hear faint whispers, or maybe it was just the wind. I couldn't tell. I stayed frozen, listening, my heart in my throat. It went on for hours, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. When it finally stopped, I was too terrified to sleep. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, staring at the shadows of the trees, waiting for movement that never came. Morning brought no relief. I packed up quickly, feeling the weight of the unseen presence pressing down on me. I decided to cut my trip short, to hike back to the trailhead and call it. But the forest seemed different now. Every sound was amplified. Every shadow looked like a figure. I kept checking behind me. I kept seeing movement. Not animals. Something bigger. Something that knew I was alone. By late afternoon, I realized I had lost the trail. I was certain I had gone the right way, but the markers weren't where I expected. Panic began to rise. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest was dense, unfamiliar. I shouted, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. Only my own voice returned, bouncing off the trees. I started walking faster, trying to force my way out, but the deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a deer, but the way it moved was wrong. Too deliberate, too silent. A figure, human-shaped, standing perfectly still between the trees, watching me. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt like stone. I blinked. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. But then I saw more, shadows flitting between the trees, too quick to be animals, footsteps crunching just behind me, stopping whenever I stopped. I could hear breathing now, low, raspy, almost synchronized with mine. I started running. Branches lashed at my face, roots grabbed at my boots. I didn't care. I just ran. I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped, gasping. There was a rustling behind me. I turned slowly. Nothing. I started walking again, cautiously. That's when I found the first mark. On a tree, just at eye level. A crude carving scratched into the bark. It looked like a letter, or a symbol. I couldn't tell. But my stomach dropped. Someone or something had been here. Someone was following me. Every tree, every stone seemed to bear the marks of passage. I didn't want to look anymore. I just wanted out. Night fell again. I hadn't found the trail. I hadn't found a way back. I was lost in the forest, and I wasn't alone. I tried to make a fire, but my hands shook too much. I huddled under a tree, trying to stay quiet, listening. The footsteps came again. Soft, slow, circling me, then stopping. I could hear a faint whisper now. It was like someone or something was saying my name. Not clearly, but enough that my heart pounded. I wanted to call out, to demand they leave me alone, but my voice caught in my throat. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt meaningless. Every rustle, every snap, every shadow made me flinch. I stayed as still as I could, pretending I wasn't there. At some point, I drifted into a restless, haunted sleep. I woke to a hand, cold, dry, heavy, on my shoulder. I froze. My eyes darted up. No one was there. I don't know if I screamed, if I ran, or if I just collapsed in terror. I only know that I couldn't stop moving after that. I had to keep going. I stumbled across a small stream. I followed it, thinking it might lead to the trail or a road. The sound of running water was a relief. But it didn't help. The forest didn't end. The whispers continued. The footsteps. The shadows. They were all around me, always just out of sight, always watching. I started marking trees with my knife, trying to keep track of where I had been, but even then I felt like I was walking in circles. The forest didn't seem to follow the rules anymore. Paths twisted, familiar landmarks disappeared. The trees seemed taller, closer, closing in. On the third night, I was delirious. Hunger, exhaustion, and fear gnawed at me. I could barely move. I slept fitfully, half awake, half paralyzed by terror. The footsteps never stopped. The whispers never stopped. I started hearing voices, clear now, calling me from all directions, pleading, threatening, laughing. I couldn't tell if it was real or if my mind was breaking. When I looked around, I sometimes saw glimpses of figures, tall, thin, humanoid, with faces that weren't faces. Always gone when I tried to focus. Always watching. I don't remember how many days passed. I can't tell you for sure. Time lost meaning. I survived on whatever I could scavenge, berries, stream water, bits of food I had. I avoided moving after dark, but I couldn't stop completely. The forest seemed to feed on my fear. Every step I took, every glance over my shoulder, every sound in the night became a torment. I started leaving false trails, circling back on myself, trying to confuse whatever followed me. Sometimes I thought I saw a figure mimicking my movements at the edge of vision. Sometimes I heard laughter that wasn't human. Then I found it. A small cabin, old, falling apart, deep in the woods. I didn't know it was there. I didn't know anyone had ever been there. But I needed shelter, any kind of shelter. I approached cautiously. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, dust and decay. Nothing moved. I felt a strange sense of relief, almost safety. I decided to stay there for the day, maybe catch my breath, maybe plan a way out. I didn't know how, but I had to keep going. Outside, the forest waited, silent and oppressive. Inside the cabin, I found a journal, old, worn, pages yellowed. The writing was erratic, like the author had been losing their mind. It described being followed, being watched, the forest itself becoming alive, twisting, turning, mocking the lost. The entries became more frantic, more hopeless, ending with the words, "It knows where you are. It doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. It waits." I left the cabin at nightfall. The journal was gone. I don't know if I imagined it, if someone took it, or if the forest itself swallowed it. But I felt the truth of it. Whatever was in the forest, it didn't forget me. It had been following me from the beginning. It had been learning me, studying me. I ran again, deeper and deeper, until I couldn't tell left from right, up from down, past from present. Every tree, every shadow, every sound became a threat. Eventually, I stumbled onto a trail. I recognized the markers. Relief washed over me, but fear remained. I ran as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the parking lot. No one was there. Just my car, the silence, the normalcy of the road. I drove away without looking back. But I never felt safe again. The footsteps, the whispers, the shadows, they stayed with me. Every forest I enter now, every wooded path, I feel the presence again, watching, waiting, learning. Somewhere deep in those woods, something remembers me, and it waits. Always. Story the end. It was late September when I decided to take a solo trip into the Appalachian Mountains. I'd been itching for weeks to escape the city, to leave behind the concrete, the noise, the constant motion of my daily life, and just breathe in the kind of silence only a deep forest can provide. I'd grown up in North Carolina, so I knew these woods weren't completely foreign to me. But I wanted something more. Something that would challenge me, make me feel alive in a way city life never could. I parked my old pickup at the trailhead just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the hills. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a single SUV in the corner, headlights off, its windows dark and reflective. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the chill of the evening, but a faint awareness that solitude wasn't absolute. Still, I brushed it off, telling myself the SUV belonged to someone finishing their hike for the day. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders, the weight of my tent, sleeping bag, and food pressing down just enough to remind me I was doing this alone. The trail immediately narrowed, leaves crunching under my boots as I started uphill. The air was crisp, the smell of damp soil and decaying leaves thick and heady. Birds chirped in the distance, though their sounds felt hollow against the growing darkness. 2 hours in, I reached a small clearing I had marked on my map. It wasn't far from a creek, and the sun was nearly gone, leaving the woods in that bluish twilight that makes every shadow seem alive. I set up camp quickly, my hands moving almost automatically, the chill in the air making me efficient. I lit a small fire, watching the flames dance, the crackle echoing in the surrounding trees. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, the kind of quiet that makes a person hyper-aware of every sound. Around 9 p.m., after eating a meager dinner of canned chili, I started a small journal by the firelight. Writing had always calmed me, given me a sense of control, and tonight, alone in the woods, it was a tether to sanity. I wrote about the trail, the trees, the sky bleeding into night. Somewhere between the third and fourth paragraph, I thought I heard something. Maybe a branch snapping or the rustle of leaves, but I shrugged it off. Animals, probably. Deer. Maybe a raccoon. By 11 p.m., the fire had died down to glowing embers. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and pulled my sleeping bag close. I should have slept immediately, exhausted as I was, but sleep didn't come easy. The forest had a presence, the kind you feel rather than see. The wind picked up outside, rattling the tent poles, and I imagined shapes in the shadows. Around 1:30 a.m., I woke to a noise. Not loud, not at first, a soft scraping like nails dragged across bark, coming from just beyond my tent. My heart thudded hard, and I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I told myself it was a branch falling or an animal brushing against a tree. My rational mind insisted. But then it came again, slower this time, deliberate. There was no pattern to a raccoon or deer's movement like this. It was closer. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, but the darkness was complete. The trees blended together into a black wall. I shone my flashlight briefly toward the sound, and nothing moved. My pulse was rapid, and a cold sweat ran down my spine. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that I just imagined it. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, but sleep refused me. By 3 a.m., the noises had escalated. Soft footfalls, deliberate and slow, circled my tent. At first, I thought maybe it was a hiker, but no hiker would wander silently in these woods at night. My rational brain struggled to assert itself, but each time a footstep drew closer to my tent, the voice in my head telling me I was safe grew weaker. I sat upright, my flashlight shaking in my hands, sweeping the area. The beam fell on a figure just at the tree line. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was humanoid, hunched, impossibly still. When I blinked, it was gone. Panic surged. I grabbed my pack, stuffing food and essentials inside, heart hammering. I debated leaving the tent, running down the trail back to the parking lot, but instinct and caution warred with terror. The figure reappeared, this time closer, crouching near a large oak. I could see now it was a person, but their movements were strange, jerky, not natural. Their face was obscured, but their eyes, or the impression of eyes, seemed fixed on me. I whispered, calling out, hoping for a normal human response. Nothing, only the quiet hum of the forest. I took a deep breath and made a break for the trail, stumbling over roots and rocks, adrenaline carrying me forward. Behind me, I heard them move, fast, almost too fast, rustling through underbrush in a way no human could manage. I ran for what felt like an eternity, lungs burning, until I reached a wider path. The moonlight, dim though it was, allowed me to see better. My rational mind tried to explain what was happening. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. Maybe I was imagining things. But the pace of the footsteps behind me, matching my frantic sprint, made that impossible. I found a small ridge above the trail and scrambled up, hoping the elevation would give me a vantage point. Panting, I shone my flashlight back down. Nothing. The forest was silent again, eerily so. I crouched there for a while, listening, debating whether to descend back down. Finally, exhaustion overtook fear, and I decided to wait until dawn. The first light of morning didn't bring comfort. Mist hung low between the trees, twisting and curling like smoke. I could see the trail clearly now, but it was empty. No footprints in the mud, no sign that anyone or anything had followed me. I tried to rationalize. Hallucination from stress, lack of sleep, maybe a wild animal that had startled me. But the memory of those eyes, the unnatural movements, burned in my mind. I decided to pack up and move, heading toward a ranger station several miles east. I kept my pace brisk, constantly scanning the trees. Around mid-morning, I heard it again, a soft snapping of twigs, then silence. I froze. My heart pounded in my ears. I held my breath. The sound repeated, closer this time, deliberate. I spun around, flashlight raised. Nothing. By midday, I reached a stream that intersected my path. I knelt to drink and splash my face with water. For a moment, I allowed myself to relax. But then I noticed something in the reflection. A shadow behind me, crouched at the edge of the trees. I whirled around, empty forest. No sound, no movement, nothing. The shadow in the water lingered, then dissipated. I pressed on, trying to keep my mind from unraveling. Hours passed, and the trail took me deeper into dense forest. By late afternoon, I realized I had no idea where I was. The map indicated I should have reached the ranger station, but the trail forked into paths that weren't on my map. Panic started to set in again. I chose a path at random, hoping it would intersect with something familiar. That's when I heard a voice, soft, almost a whisper, calling my name. My skin prickled, and I froze. The sound was behind me, moving with me, but whenever I turned, no one was there. My rational mind screamed, "Someone is following you." But the voice, it sounded human, familiar. I ran again, heart hammering, blindly following the trail as night began to fall. The forest seemed to close in, trees bending, shadows stretching unnaturally. Every time I stopped, I heard it. The soft footfalls, the whisper of my name, the scraping of something moving through the underbrush. Around 10 p.m., I stumbled into a small clearing with a dilapidated cabin, half collapsed, with boards hanging off the sides. Desperation overcame caution. I ran inside, flashlight sweeping across rotting furniture and piles of leaves that had blown in. The air was thick, musty, and smelled of decay. I shut the door behind me, bracing it with a broken chair. I waited there, huddled in a corner, listening. The forest was alive with sound, the wind, the creak of branches, but no footsteps approached. I tried to sleep but couldn't. Every shadow seemed to twist and shift, and the memory of the face at the tree line haunted me. By dawn, I emerged, weak, exhausted, and disoriented. I had no clear path back, no clear sense of direction. I wandered for hours, following streams and ridges, trying to find the main trail. Around noon, I finally caught sight of a dirt road, a logging road. Relief surged through me. I ran, and after another mile, I saw a truck parked at a bend, a man inside staring in my direction. I ran to him, shouting, waving my arms. He jumped out, confused, but when I explained, he didn't mock or question me. He nodded and offered me a ride to the nearest town. I didn't look back. The forest receded behind me, dark and endless. Even now, weeks later, I replay every detail. I don't know what followed me that night, if it was a person or something else entirely. The memory of those eyes, the scraping in the dark, the whisper of my name haunts me. Friends tell me I must have imagined it, that the stress and isolation caused hallucinations. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was just fear twisting reality. But I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know I was never truly alone in those woods. Even now, when I drive past the Appalachian foothills, my stomach knots. Every shadow among the trees seems to linger. Every rustle of leaves carries a threat I can't see. I still wake in the night, convinced I hear footsteps circling my house, soft and deliberate. My dreams take me back there, to that clearing, to the tree line, to the figure that watched me move with inhuman patience. I tell myself it's over, that it only existed in the woods. But deep down, I know that whatever it was, it can wait. It doesn't need to chase anymore. It just follows, always. Patient. Watching. And sometimes in the dark, I swear I hear that familiar whisper. My name. I can't go back. I won't, but I can't forget. And some nights when the wind is just right, I swear I feel it outside my window, just beyond the edge of the trees. Story the end. It was a late September morning when I decided to head out for a weekend solo trip into the Appalachian wilderness. I had always been drawn to the solitude of the woods, the quiet that swallowed cities whole, and the way the wind rustled through the trees like a living organism. I wanted to camp deep enough that no one would wander past, far from the scattered hiking trails tourists tended to stick to. My work had been grueling, the city smothering, and I needed a break, just me in the forest. I packed light, a tent, a small stove, some canned food, water, and my old military-grade flashlight. My phone, of course, would have spotty signal at best, which was fine. I wanted to disconnect. I parked my old Jeep at the edge of a small gravel lot marking the trailhead. The morning was crisp, the kind where the air hits your lungs and makes you feel alive. I double-checked my pack and slung it over my shoulder, heading down a narrow path that wound steeply into the hills. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting irregular shadows on the dirt path, and I felt the usual thrill that comes from knowing no one else would be out here for miles. By late afternoon, I found a clearing that seemed ideal. It was surrounded by dense pines, the floor a thick mat of fallen needles. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and decaying leaves. I set up my tent near a cluster of rocks that I figured would give some wind protection. As I unpacked, I noticed an odd silence. No birds, no squirrels, nothing but the whisper of wind. It wasn't unnerving at first, just noticeable. I chalked it up to being deep in the woods. I made a small fire and cooked my canned beans, enjoying the simplicity of eating in the wild. The fire crackled, sending tiny sparks up into the dimming light. As dusk settled, I felt a shift. The quiet seemed heavier, more intentional, if that made sense. I shrugged it off and crawled into my tent, thinking I would get a good night's sleep. The first night was uneventful, though sleep was fitful. Every rustle in the trees, every snap of a twig outside my tent made me jump. The next morning, I woke to a faint sound that I initially ignored. Footsteps. Not the distant crunch of a hiker or a deer bounding across the forest floor, but slow, deliberate steps, circling, almost pacing. I sat up and listened. Nothing. I pulled back the tent flap and scanned the clearing. No one. Just trees. The unease settled deeper into my chest. I kept telling myself it was an animal, a deer, maybe, though something about the rhythm was wrong. I decided to hike farther that day, trying to shake the lingering unease. I followed a narrow deer path that twisted up into a ridge. As I climbed, I noticed more signs. Broken branches, what looked like footprints in the mud, too large for a deer. I stopped and crouched, examining them. Human, definitely. They weren't old tracks either. The mud was soft, as if someone had passed very recently. My stomach sank. I turned around, scanning the forest below, but saw nothing. No figure, no shadow, nothing. I hiked on, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a hunter, maybe another camper. Still, a deep unease gnawed at me. When I returned to my tent that evening, the footprints hadn't gone away. In fact, more had appeared. Circling my campsite, wide, deliberate, like someone had been measuring distance with their steps. I tried calling out, jokingly, "Hey, anyone here?" The forest swallowed my voice entirely. No response, nothing. Night fell faster than I expected. The fire didn't last long, and I could barely keep my hands warm. I zipped up my tent and lay awake, listening. Every few minutes I could hear something. Breathing, almost. Shallow and deliberate, just outside the thin fabric of my tent. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to give whatever it was the satisfaction of my fear. I whispered to myself that I would leave first thing in the morning. When morning came, the unease hadn't lifted. I packed quickly, checking the perimeter of my tent one last time. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Carved into a nearby tree, deep into the bark, were marks, long, jagged scratches, vertical and wide. Not initials, not any symbol I recognized, just deep gouges in the tree, fresh enough that the sap was still glistening. I stepped back, scanning the surrounding trees. There were more, some near the path, some farther in. Whoever, or whatever, had done this wanted me to see it. I started hiking back toward my Jeep, moving faster than before. The woods, which had felt neutral during the day before, now seemed alive, watching, aware. Shadows stretched and shifted, though the sun was bright. My footsteps were louder than usual, echoing strangely through the forest. And then I heard it again. Footsteps. Behind me this time. Faster, closer. My heart raced. I didn't dare turn my head. I ran. I don't remember how long I ran. Branches scratched my arms and face. Roots tried to trip me, and the forest felt endless. The footsteps stayed behind me, matching my pace, unrelenting. Every so often I thought I caught a glimpse of a figure, a dark silhouette, darting between trees. I didn't stop until I reached a clearing near the gravel lot where I'd left the Jeep. The footsteps stopped. Silence again, heavy and suffocating. I jumped into the Jeep and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely start the engine. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting second, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing at the edge of the tree line, watching me. But when I blinked, it was gone. I went home and tried to convince myself it was some kind of survival-induced paranoia. Maybe I had imagined the footsteps, the scratches, the figure. But that night, as I tried to sleep, I heard something scratching at my window. Slow, deliberate, just outside. I never went back to that part of the woods. Weeks later, I read a local story about a hiker who had gone missing in the same area. They found his campsite, but he was never located. The descriptions matched mine in uncanny ways. Disturbed earth, strange scratches in trees, and the feeling of being followed, watched. The police assumed he got lost and succumbed to the elements. I haven't camped alone since. I stick to crowded, well-trodden trails, and sometimes when I'm driving late at night and the wind is still, I swear I hear footsteps behind me, following. Not in the city, not in my apartment, but out there, in the dark spaces where no one should be. I can't explain it. I know what I experienced was real, too real. And the forest still calls. Even now, years later, I find myself drawn back against my own better judgment. Sometimes when the wind whistles just right through the trees, I feel the hairs on my neck stand up, and I remember the quiet that was anything but quiet, the presence that shadowed me, and the truth I can't escape. I was never alone in those woods. Something was with me. Something that waits. And I know if I ever go back, it will still be there, watching, patient, waiting. The thought alone keeps me awake some nights, and yet a part of me longs to test it to see if it will follow again. But I know if I do, there won't be a way to escape. Not like before, not alive. Story, the end. It was a crisp September morning when I left my apartment in Nashville, heading toward the Cherokee National Forest for what I had planned as a solo backpacking trip. I had been itching for a break from work, from people, from the constant noise of city life. My gear was packed lightly: a small tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, and my trusty old camera. My plan was simple: hike in, find a quiet spot by a stream, and just be alone with the woods for a few days. The trailhead was quiet, almost deserted, except for a couple of cars already parked and a lone figure adjusting a large pack. I waved, got a nod back, and turned onto the trail. The first few hours were easy. The sun was warm, the leaves had started turning gold and red, and the smell of wet soil and pine filled the air. I kept my pace steady, taking occasional breaks to photograph mushrooms, moss-covered rocks, and the patterns of sunlight through the canopy. Around noon, I stopped by a creek to filter water and eat a quick lunch. The forest felt peaceful, almost unnaturally so. There was no wind, no birds, no insects beyond the occasional buzzing of a bee. It was quiet in a way that made me aware of every small sound I made. By mid-afternoon, I reached a small clearing that seemed perfect for camping. A flat area by a shallow stream, surrounded by thick trees, offered privacy and access to water. I set up my tent and started a small fire to cook dinner. The forest was dense here, the canopy blocked most of the sunlight, and the underbrush was thick, making the woods around me almost black in contrast to the clearing. As I ate, I felt an odd sensation, like I was being watched. I shrugged it off. This was exactly why I had come out here, to be alone, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Night fell fast. The sky was clear, and stars blanketed the darkness, this unspoiled by city lights. I crawled into my tent after cleaning up, hoping the sounds of the forest would lull me to sleep, but it didn't take long for me to notice subtle noises. A branch snapping somewhere not too far away, the crunch of leaves underfoot, faint but deliberate. My first thought was a deer or some other animal, but the sounds seemed intentional. They stopped whenever I paused, then started again when I moved. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of heavy breathing just outside my tent. My heart jumped. I froze, straining to hear over my own panic. The breathing continued for a few seconds, then silence. I whispered to myself, "It's nothing. It's just the wind." But the rationalization did little to calm me. I reached for the small flashlight I kept in my sleeping bag, but before I could turn it on, the breathing stopped, and a low thump against the tent wall made me nearly jump out of my skin. I stayed in the tent, holding the flashlight like a weapon, my ears straining for any sign of movement. Minutes passed. I thought about hiking back to the car, but it was pitch black and I had no idea where anyone or anything might be. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a bear, though bears were rare this far up in September. My phone had no signal, and I had left the emergency beacon at home, foolishly thinking I wouldn't need it. The next morning, I packed up quickly, trying to convince myself that leaving so early wasn't cowardice, it was common sense. But as I hiked down the trail, I noticed something strange. Footprints. Not human exactly, but too large and oddly shaped to be any animal I knew. They were deep, almost as if whatever had left them weighed heavily. They ran parallel to the trail, always a few feet to the side, and whenever I stopped, they seemed to stop too. My chest tightened. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, but the prints were real, the disturbed soil unmistakable. I pushed on, trying to keep my mind focused on mundane things. The next turn in the trail, the sound of the stream, the crunch of leaves underfoot. But by the time the sun had climbed higher, I was sweating under the weight of both my pack and my own fear. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig made me spin around, flashlight ready, heart hammering. I started talking out loud to myself, reminding myself I was alone, reminding myself I could handle this, but the voice sounded small, fragile. Around midday, I reached a fork in the trail. Both paths looked equally overgrown, equally desolate. I paused, trying to orient myself, when I realized something that made my blood run cold. The footprints were still there, following me, keeping pace. I ran the last 100 feet to the fork, scanning desperately. That was when I saw it, a figure in the trees, barely visible, blending with the shadows. It was tall, impossibly thin, standing perfectly still. My breath caught, and instinct made me turn and sprint down the trail I thought would lead back to my car. I ran for what felt like hours, my lungs burning, my legs trembling. The trail curved, twisted, doubled back on itself in ways I didn't remember from the map. Panic had taken over completely. Every time I glanced behind me, I thought I saw movement between the trees, but when I looked directly, nothing. Only shadows and the occasional glint of sunlight on leaves. I began to realize the forest wasn't just quiet, it was keeping secrets. I had the sickening feeling that the trail I thought I was following wasn't leading anywhere, or worse, was leading me somewhere I didn't want to go. By late afternoon, I stumbled into a small clearing that looked strangely familiar. My stomach sank. I had seen this clearing earlier that morning, near my campsite. I had been walking in circles, no doubt about it. My pack felt heavier with every step. Hunger and dehydration were making my head spin. I considered calling out, screaming for help, but the thought of someone or something answering froze me. The air seemed thicker here, almost oppressive. I decided to stay put and wait for nightfall, reasoning that if I could hide in the darkness, I might figure out where I had gone wrong. I found a dense patch of underbrush to crouch behind and tried to keep my breathing steady. Hours passed. The sun set, the forest plunged into darkness, and that same feeling returned, eyes watching me. A low, deliberate rustling started from all around, circling me slowly. My flashlight was dead. My phone still had no signal. Then I heard it, footsteps, careful but heavy, moving through the leaves. They stopped suddenly, as if whatever was following me had paused to listen. My heart raced uncontrollably. I remembered the emergency whistle I had tucked into my pack and gripped it, considering my options. I didn't know if I should stay hidden or run blindly. My body betrayed me. I ran. The footsteps mirrored mine, keeping pace, and for the first time, I screamed, not for help, but out of sheer terror. The sound of my own voice seemed to anger whatever was following me. Branches whipped against my face, roots tore at my shoes, and through the chaos I caught glimpses of a dark, hulking shape. It moved with impossible speed, always between me and safety. I stumbled into a ditch, twisted my ankle, and fell hard. I lay there, gasping, pain shooting through my leg. The footsteps stopped. Silence, thick and suffocating, enveloped me. I didn't dare move for what felt like an eternity. Then the sound of whispering, just outside my ear. Not words I could understand, but a sound so chilling it rooted me in place. I closed my eyes, trying to block it out, and prayed that morning would come quickly. Hours passed. Exhaustion took over. I dozed, waking intermittently to the forest's noises, the snapping of twigs, the soft rustle of leaves, the faint hum of something unseen. When first light came, I realized I had to move, or I would never make it out. Pain aside, I forced myself onto my feet, limping along the trail I barely recognized. Around midday, I finally heard the distant sound of a road. Hope surged, and I pushed myself harder. After what seemed like forever, I stumbled out of the trees onto a service road. Cars passed by, oblivious. I waved frantically until a man in a pickup truck stopped. I couldn't speak at first, choking on sobs and exhaustion. He gave me water, called the ranger station, and listened to my story with an unsettling calm. He said they had reports of hikers missing in that part of the forest before, but never anyone who had described the same sensations I had. Back at the ranger station, they logged my report. They said they would search the area, but I knew nothing could explain what I had felt, what I had seen, or the unrelenting pursuit of that presence in the woods. I returned to Nashville, but sleep has never been the same. At night, I hear faint footsteps outside my window, low whispering I can't identify, shadows that linger too long. The memory of those woods, the feeling of being hunted, has not left me. I know what I experienced was real. I know the forest is not just trees and trails, it is something older, something patient, watching, waiting for anyone foolish enough to think they are alone. I have never gone back, and I never will. But sometimes, when the wind is right and the night is quiet, I swear I can hear the same heavy breathing I heard that first night, reminding me that being alone is never truly being alone. Story the end. It started on a crisp October morning, the kind where the air feels like it's been freshly scrubbed, and the smell of pine and decaying leaves fills your lungs so deeply it almost hurts. I had taken a week off work, telling myself I needed time away from everything. The constant buzzing of my phone, the fluorescent lights of my office, the never-ending obligations that had been piling up for months. I packed my backpack the night before. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, canned food, water, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I was going to spend a few days alone in the George Washington National Forest in Virginia, hiking trails I had mapped out and camping where no one would find me. Solitude was my goal. I parked my car at a small dirt pull-off near the trailhead. It was still early, the sun just beginning to peek over the ridges, casting long shadows across the road. A few cars were scattered farther down, but none near mine. I hoisted my pack and started down the trail, the crunch of leaves under my boots the only sound besides the occasional bird call. The first couple of hours were peaceful. The trail wound through thick groves of oak and maple, the leaves red, orange, and yellow in their final glorious moments before winter. I passed a few small streams and even a clearing that looked perfect for a campsite, but I pressed on. I wanted to get deeper in, away from the few signs of human activity I had seen. By late afternoon, I found a narrow, little-used path that cut off the main trail. My map suggested it would take me to a small ridge with a view of the valley below, a place few hikers ventured. The path was overgrown, leaves and fallen branches making my progress slow. I didn't mind. I liked the quiet, the way the forest seemed untouched here, how it swallowed sound. I set up camp just before sunset on the ridge. The view was incredible, rolling hills fading into mist in the distance. I built a small fire, ate a quick dinner of beans and jerky, and watched as the sky darkened. By 8 p.m., the fire was dying, and I crawled into my tent, exhausted but content. It was around 11 p.m. when I first heard it, a faint rustling outside the tent. I froze, listening. It could have been a deer, maybe a raccoon, but the sound didn't move away. It stayed there, just beyond the thin fabric of the tent, like it was circling me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was imagining things, but the rustling grew louder, closer. Something was moving deliberately, not like an animal. I unzipped the tent slightly, peering out into the darkness. The fire was nothing more than glowing embers, and the forest beyond was black, an endless wall of trees. I saw a shape, tall, thin, hunched, maybe 20 feet away at the edge of the clearing. I froze. It didn't move at first, but then it did, slowly stepping behind a tree. When I blinked, it vanished. My heart raced, and I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. I stayed awake the rest of the night, flashlight in hand, scanning the tree line. Every branch that snapped, every leaf that rustled made me jump. I told myself to breathe, to stay rational. By 3 a.m., exhaustion forced me to try to sleep, though I lay in my sleeping bag, half expecting the shape to return. Around 4:30 a.m., I woke again. This time, the rustling was accompanied by a low, soft humming, almost like someone was singing to themselves. It wasn't words, just a melody, slow and deliberate. My skin crawled. I unzipped the tent fully and shined the flashlight in every direction. The ridge was empty. No movement, no figure. Nothing. I sat there, shaking, listening. When the humming stopped, I dared to think I might have imagined it, but I couldn't shake the unease that had rooted itself in my chest. By sunrise, I decided to break camp and move down the ridge, hoping to reach the main trail where I felt safer. The forest seemed different in the early light. The shadows were longer, the colors muted, but there was something else, something off. Small signs that something had passed through here recently. Broken branches, flattened leaves, footprints too large for a deer. I convinced myself it could be another hiker, someone just walking the same path, but the more I looked, the more I doubted it. By mid-morning, I was back on the main trail. My pace quickened as I descended, but the uneasy feeling never left. Around noon, I stopped at a small creek to refill my water bottle. That's when I heard it, a branch snapping behind me. I spun, flashlight ready, but nothing moved. I called out, my voice echoing strangely through the trees. No answer, only silence. Hours passed. I kept to the trail, trying to rationalize everything, telling myself that fear had gotten the best of me, that the forest was just full of noises that sounded threatening at night. But as the sun dipped lower, a cold dread returned. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, started following me. Every time I stopped, they stopped. Every time I ran, they matched my pace. They were never far behind, but always just out of sight. By late afternoon, I came to a clearing with a small abandoned cabin. I didn't remember it from the map. The cabin was half collapsed with rotting boards and shattered windows. My gut screamed to keep moving, but exhaustion and fear pushed me to seek shelter. I stepped inside cautiously, flashlight scanning the interior. It smelled of mold and decay. I moved to the corner, bracing the door with a broken chair, and sat there, shaking, listening. The forest outside was alive with sound, the wind, the rustle of leaves, birds, but no footsteps approached. I tried to sleep, curling up in my jacket, but every noise from outside made me jump. Around 1 a.m., I thought I heard breathing, a slow, deliberate exhale coming from the broken window. I shined my light, but saw nothing. The darkness seemed to stretch and warp, making every shadow seem alive. Morning came slowly. When I finally dared to leave the cabin, I felt disoriented. The trail seemed different, twisted, unfamiliar. Every turn I took led me deeper into the woods, not toward the ranger station I was aiming for. Panic started to settle in, cold and heavy. I was lost. By noon, I realized I had no sense of direction. I stopped to rest, trying to drink and eat, but the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows bent unnaturally, and I kept catching glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Always gone when I turned. Footsteps started again, circling me, keeping pace without revealing themselves. I stumbled through underbrush, over roots and rocks, every sense screaming at me to run. By late afternoon, I reached another clearing with a small pond. I knelt to drink and caught my reflection in the water. Something moved behind me, a flicker in the corner of my eye. I spun, shining the flashlight, but nothing. Yet the reflection in the water lingered, as if the shadow were trapped in it, following me. The sun set quickly, the sky turning a deep red and then black. I wandered blindly, trying to find a familiar path. The footsteps grew louder, deliberate, mocking in their quietness. I ran, branches slapping my face and tearing my clothing, tripping over roots. Then I saw it, the figure, hunched and tall, moving slowly through the trees. It didn't run, didn't approach directly, but followed, patient and unyielding. Night fell completely. I stumbled into another abandoned structure, smaller than the cabin, more like a shed. I barricaded the door and collapsed inside, shaking and crying. The figure never entered, never revealed itself fully. It only watched. I could feel it through the walls, through the dark. Morning came, gray and misty. I emerged, feeling numb. The trail was barely visible, overgrown, twisting in ways my memory didn't match. I followed streams and ridges, hoping for the main trail. Hours later, I stumbled onto a logging road, relief washing over me. A truck approached, a man inside staring in confusion. I waved frantically, shouting. He stopped, opened the door, and after I explained, he nodded and offered a ride to the nearest town. I didn't ask questions. I didn't look back. Weeks later, I still replay every detail. I don't know if what followed me that night was human or something else. The memory of the figure, the steps, the shadows, haunts me. I hear it sometimes in dreams, in the wind outside my apartment, in the rustling of leaves in the city parks. Friends say I imagined it, that isolation and fear played tricks on my mind. But I know what I felt, I know what I saw, and I know I was never alone in those woods. Even now, when I drive past the forest, my stomach knots. Every shadow seems to linger, every rustle carries a threat I can't see. I cannot go back. I will not go back. But I cannot forget. And sometimes when the wind is right, I swear I hear those slow, deliberate footsteps following me still, patient, always patient, waiting for the next time I wander into the woods alone. Story the end. It was mid-October when I decided to take a solo trip into the Adirondacks. I needed the solitude, a break from the constant noise of work and city life. I'm a guy who likes to think he's comfortable alone, that the woods and the quiet are natural companions. I packed my old backpack with just enough supplies to survive 3 days. A tent, sleeping bag, canned food, water, a small stove, a first aid kit, and a few other essentials. I had been on solo trips before, nothing crazy, just weekend getaways to disconnect. But this one felt different from the start. The air had a sharp bite to it, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I parked my truck at a trailhead that morning, where a few other hikers were just starting out. They all seemed cheerful, joking about the cold and showing off their brand new gear. I nodded, smiled, and waved. But I didn't join in their banter. I liked walking alone. I told them I was headed deep into the woods, away from any marked trails. They exchanged looks like I was crazy and shrugged. I reminded myself I knew what I was doing. I'd done enough hikes to understand that sometimes the most peaceful paths aren't the obvious ones. The first few hours were easy. The trail was soft under my boots, and the morning sun filtered through the trees in beams that felt almost holy. Birds chirped sporadically, and every now and then I caught the glimmer of a deer or a squirrel darting across the path. I even stopped for a bit, just sitting on a moss-covered rock, taking in the quiet. There's something about the forest that forces you to slow down, to notice the small details, like the way a pine needle smells after a light frost, or the sudden rustle of leaves when the wind shifts. By late afternoon, I had wandered far enough off the main trail that my GPS was barely reliable. I found a clearing by a small, slow-moving creek and decided it would be my campsite for the night. I set up my tent, arranged my sleeping bag, and collected firewood. The sun was dropping, and the forest started to take on that orange-golden hue that makes everything feel peaceful, but also fragile. I cooked a small dinner, ate quietly, and then just sat near the fire, listening. That's when I first noticed it, a faint sound like someone walking in the brush nearby. I froze, letting my eyes adjust. Nothing, just the trees swaying and the creek bubbling. I shrugged it off. Must have been an animal. The forest has 1,000 ways to trick your senses, I reminded myself. Night came quickly. I crawled into my sleeping bag, leaving the fire low so it wouldn't attract unwanted attention, but still give me some warmth. That's when the sounds became clearer. Footsteps, deliberate this time, not the random scurry of small animals. I unzipped my tent a little and peered out. The firelight cast long shadows, and I could swear I saw a figure just beyond the tree line. Tall, dark, unmoving. My heart raced. I wanted to call out, but I didn't. What would I even say? Hello, stranger? No, that seemed stupid. I stayed still, hoping it would just vanish. A few minutes passed, and when I looked again, it was gone. Sleep didn't come easy. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me tense. I kept my flashlight close, just in case. I told myself over and over it was nothing, that I was imagining it, that the forest was full of tricks. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. I finally drifted off, only to be woken hours later by a sound that made my stomach drop, a low, deliberate whisper outside my tent. Not a word I could make out, just the sound of someone breathing your direction, slow and heavy. My hands shook as I grabbed my flashlight. I shined it around, but there was nothing, just the trees, dark and looming, swaying in the wind. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep. I sat there, flashlight in hand, listening to the night. That's when I heard the footsteps again, closer this time, slow, careful, circling my tent. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just waited. The footsteps stopped. The silence was almost worse than the sound. Then a voice, low, almost a growl. You shouldn't be here. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My body refused to obey. My mind screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. Minutes passed, maybe hours, I don't know. Eventually, the footsteps receded, fading into the distance like they had never been there. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I packed up quickly, feeling paranoid with every step. I tried to convince myself it was some local playing a prank, maybe someone else camping nearby. But when I got back to the main trail, there was no one. No footprints, no signs of another camper. Nothing. Just the trees and the cold October air. I kept walking, heading back to my truck. The forest felt different now, less inviting, more oppressive. The shadows seemed longer, the sounds sharper. And that's when I started noticing it. Things that didn't make sense. Footprints that weren't mine, small branches broken in ways that suggested someone or something had walked through recently, a faint smell of smoke that wasn't from any campfire I'd seen. I started moving faster, heart pounding, every nerve screaming at me that I was being followed. By late afternoon, I was exhausted, nearly out of water, and the sky was clouding over. I debated turning back, heading straight for the road, but every path I took seemed to loop me deeper into the forest. It was like the woods were alive, bending to keep me inside. Panic began to creep in. I thought about calling someone, but my phone had no signal. I was alone, completely isolated, and whatever had been outside my tent the night before could still be here, watching, waiting. As night fell again, I realized I wouldn't make it out before dark. I found another clearing, set up my tent as quickly as I could, and tried to calm myself. I told myself stories, logical explanations for everything. Maybe it was an animal, maybe the wind had created weird noises, maybe I had imagined the whispers. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something had followed me. Something had been there both nights, and it wasn't human. The second night was worse. The sounds started almost immediately. The rustling, the snapping of branches, the whispers just beyond my tent. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. I kept my flashlight on, swinging it around at every sound. And then I heard it. A voice, whispering my name, slowly, deliberately. I froze. My heart felt like it would burst from my chest. The voice called again, closer this time. I wanted to scream, but my mouth was dry. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold the flashlight steady. Suddenly, the tent flap was yanked open. I spun, shining the light toward the opening. Nothing. Just the trees swaying in the cold wind. But I could feel it. Something there, just outside, moving, circling, waiting. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, couldn't understand it. I felt my mind starting to break under the weight of fear and isolation. I stayed awake the whole night, flashlight in hand, heart racing. When morning finally came, I didn't eat. I didn't make coffee. I just packed up as fast as I could and started running. I didn't care about the trails anymore. I followed instinct, moving toward what I hoped was the way out. I kept hearing footsteps behind me, sometimes whispers, sometimes nothing at all. The forest seemed endless, the trees all the same, each step a desperate gamble. Hours passed. My legs burned, my throat was dry, and I had no idea if I was even moving in the right direction. By mid-afternoon, I stumbled onto a small service road. My heart leapt. I ran down it, waving at the few passing cars. When a truck finally slowed for me, I jumped in and shouted at the driver to take me as far from there as possible. The guy looked at me like I was crazy, but he could see the panic in my eyes and didn't ask questions. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. It seemed calm now, quiet, almost inviting again. But I knew better. I knew whatever had followed me wasn't gone. It never leaves. It waits, patient, until the next person wanders too far, alone, into its territory. I haven't been back to the Adirondacks since. I haven't gone camping alone anywhere. I still have nightmares about those nights, the whispers, the footsteps, the eyes in the dark. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can feel it watching me, even here in my apartment, hundreds of miles from that forest. I've tried to tell people, but they laugh it off, say I'm overreacting, say it was probably just animals or my imagination. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was all in my head. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The fear, the way it lingered, the sense of being hunted, it was real. Sometimes I think about going back just to prove to myself that I was wrong. But I never do. I stay in well-lit places now. I don't go hiking alone. And when I hear stories about people disappearing in the Adirondacks, I can't help but wonder if they made the same mistake I did, thinking they could be alone in the woods and walk away unscathed. The forest is patient. It doesn't care who you are, what you think you know. It waits, and when the right moment comes, it finds you. Story the end. It was the kind of late October evening that makes the air feel heavier than usual. The sun had dipped behind the hills hours earlier, leaving a smothering darkness that seemed to press down on everything. I had driven past the small towns, past the old gas stations with their flickering neon signs, and finally parked on a narrow dirt trail that led into the woods. I was alone, completely alone, and I had wanted it that way. I had spent months working long hours in a job I hated, and the only thing I wanted was a weekend by myself, disconnected, out in the wilderness. The woods around me were dense, old-growth forests that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The trees were thick, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches twisting like skeletal hands into the sky. I could hear the wind whipping through them, carrying the faint sound of rustling leaves. I felt a strange thrill at the thought of being here by myself. There was something primitive and raw about it. I unpacked my gear, tent, sleeping bag, a small camp stove, and a couple days' worth of food. Everything I needed, I thought, for a quiet weekend away from civilization. I set up my tent near a small clearing. The clearing wasn't big, just enough to pitch my tent and have a small fire. I gathered kindling, stacked it carefully, and finally struck a match. The fire flickered to life, sending shadows dancing across the surrounding trees. At first, it felt peaceful. The only sounds were the crackle of burning wood and the distant howl of a coyote. I cooked some beans over the fire, then sat back on a fallen log, sipping lukewarm coffee from my thermos. I felt completely alone, yet completely alive, like this was exactly where I was supposed to be. As night deepened, I climbed into my tent and zipped the flap closed. I lay there for a long time, listening to the night. The wind seemed to pick up, whistling through the trees with a kind of urgency that I couldn't quite place. I tried to sleep, but my mind kept wandering. Every creak of a branch or snap of a twig made me tense. I told myself it was just animals. It had to be. Around 2 a.m, I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't place. At first, I thought it was the wind. Then I realized it wasn't. It was something else. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, moving around the perimeter of my clearing. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. I strained to listen. The sound stopped, then started again, closer this time. My rational mind tried to argue with me. Maybe it was a deer or a raccoon or some other nocturnal creature. But then I heard it, a low, deliberate snap of a branch right outside my tent. Someone or something was walking around me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. And then I heard a voice, just a whisper carried on the wind. You shouldn't be here. I jumped upright, fumbling for my flashlight. My hands shook so badly that it took several moments to click it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees in the immediate clearing. Nothing. Nothing but shadows. I tried to tell myself I had imagined it, that my mind was playing tricks on me in the dark. But the fear had lodged itself firmly in my chest. I grabbed my small hunting knife from my backpack and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The clearing was empty, save for the flickering fire and the black shapes of the trees. No footprints in the dirt, no sign that anyone had been here. I sat back, shaking, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe I had imagined the voice. Maybe it was just the wind shaping itself like words. But sleep was impossible after that. I tried to keep busy the next morning, hiking along a faint trail I had noticed the day before. The forest was thick, the ground damp from an earlier rain, and the smell of wet leaves and earth filled my nostrils. I kept thinking about the night before, trying to rationalize it. But the deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew taller, their branches arching like a cathedral ceiling, and the trail became harder to follow. Around midday, I found an old, abandoned cabin. It looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Boards rotting, windows shattered, the door hanging on one hinge. Curiosity got the better of me. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air smelled of mildew and decay. Sunlight filtered through the broken windows, illuminating dust motes that floated lazily in the air. I explored cautiously. Inside, there were signs someone had lived there long ago. a rusted stove, an old mattress, yellowed newspapers scattered on the floor, but no sign of recent activity. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the wall, scratched into the wood, were words, "Leave before it finds you." I froze, my flashlight trembling in my hand. Every rational part of me told me to leave immediately. Every instinct screamed that I had wandered into a place I shouldn't be. But a morbid curiosity kept me there a few moments longer, until a sudden noise behind me made me spin around. A floorboard creaked, like someone or something had stepped on it. I didn't wait to investigate. I ran, stumbling back down the trail, branches whipping at my face, heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. I didn't stop until I reached my clearing and my tent. Everything looked normal. The fire had died down to glowing embers. But I noticed something strange, a series of footprints in the mud leading away from the trees toward my tent. Only they weren't mine. I froze, staring at them. They were human, large, barefoot, and they ended right at my tent flap. I didn't wait to investigate further. I packed everything quickly, leaving behind my cooking gear, my stove, even the food. I grabbed my backpack, slung it over my shoulder, and started down the dirt trail toward the road. The forest seemed different now. Every shadow looked like a figure. Every sound, a snapping twig, a rustle of leaves, felt like someone following me. I tried to keep my pace steady, telling myself I was imagining things. But then I heard it again, footsteps. Not just random, scattered noises, but deliberate, matching my pace. I dared to glance over my shoulder. Nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. It was as if someone or something was walking just out of sight, keeping pace with me. Panic set in. I ran, stumbling, tripping over roots, tearing my clothes on branches, but I didn't stop. I could hear breathing now, low and ragged, echoing in the woods around me. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see it. I just ran, desperate for the road, desperate for safety. Hours later, I emerged onto a gravel road. My car was a good distance ahead, headlights off, engine cold. Relief hit me for a second until I saw footprints leading from the edge of the woods to the car. Barefoot, large, human-shaped. And then I saw them. More footprints leading back into the trees, circling, endless. I shivered, the memory of the whisper echoing in my mind. You shouldn't be here. I got in my car and locked the doors, starting the engine. The tires crunched over gravel as I drove away, glancing constantly in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure running after me. But the road behind me was empty. When I finally reached a town, I pulled into a 24-hour diner, trying to calm down. I ordered coffee, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The waitress looked at me like I had seen a ghost. Maybe I had. I told her I had been camping, got lost, and just needed to rest. She nodded politely but didn't ask questions. People in small towns often didn't. I didn't go back to the woods. I don't know what was out there. I don't know if anyone else has ever experienced it. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, or thought I saw. And I know the feeling of being followed when no one is there. I keep telling myself it was my imagination, that fear can make you see things that aren't real. But sometimes, late at night, I hear the whisper again in my mind, soft and deliberate. You shouldn't be here. It's been years since that night, but I still think about it often. I avoid the woods whenever I can. I never camp alone anymore. And I know deep down that if I ever went back, I would hear those footsteps again following me just out of sight. And I know I would hear that voice, always. Some people might call it paranoia. Some might say it was just the playing tricks on me. But I know better. There is something in those woods, something old, patient, waiting, something that doesn't like people wandering into its territory. And the worst part is, I don't think it's done with me. Even now, I feel it sometimes, like a shadow brushing past the corner of my vision, reminding me that it's still there, always there, waiting. I've tried to tell friends, but they don't understand. They laugh it off, call me dramatic. But I know what I experienced. I know what I ran from. And I know that the woods never forget. Last year, I drove past that area on a road trip. I didn't stop, didn't even slow down. But as I passed the turnoff, I saw something, or thought I something, standing at the edge of the tree line, tall, dark, humanoid, completely still. It didn't move as I drove by. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Since that night, I've slept with a light on. I always check the locks twice. And sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I hear that whisper again, soft and deliberate, reminding me of the night I spent alone in the woods. You shouldn't be here. Story the end. It was mid-October when I decided to go on a solo backpacking trip into the White Mountains of New Hampshire. I'd been hiking with friends for years, but something about being alone in the deep forest called to me. I wanted to push myself to experience the solitude and silence that only a remote wilderness could offer. My plan was simple: 3 days, 2 nights, deep in the backcountry with minimal contact with the outside world. I packed lightly: tent, sleeping bag, food, water filtration system, a small stove, flashlight, extra batteries, and a map. My phone would be useless past the trailhead. Cell service didn't exist that far in. I arrived at the trailhead mid-morning. The parking lot was empty except for a single SUV parked far away, which I assumed belonged to another hiker. The air was crisp, smelling faintly of pine and wet earth. The sun had broken through the morning fog, and it had illuminated the leaves in fiery reds and oranges. I double-checked my pack and started down the trail. At first, it was uneventful, just the normal crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional bird call. I breathed deeply, savoring the quiet, the peace. By the afternoon, I had reached a narrow ridge. The trail wound steeply up, and I had to scramble over roots and rocks. As I climbed, I noticed the forest seemed quieter than normal. No birds, no squirrels, not even the sound of the wind moving through the trees. It wasn't silence exactly, it was more like the forest had paused, holding its breath. I told myself it was nothing, just the weather, or maybe the time of day. I found a small clearing in the late afternoon, a perfect spot for my first night. It was surrounded by dense pines, their thick needles forming a soft carpet over the ground. I set up my tent near a cluster of rocks that might shield me from the wind. While unpacking, I noticed that the footprints in the mud around the clearing were fresh, but didn't match mine. They were wide, long, and seemed to circle the area in irregular patterns. My stomach sank, but I rationalized it. Maybe another hiker had passed by earlier that day. As dusk approached, I built a small fire and cooked some canned chili. The light from the fire illuminated the clearing in a warm glow, but the surrounding woods remained dark and silent. Every snap of a twig or rustle of a leaf made me jump, and I kept thinking I saw movement just at the edge of the firelight. I tried to ignore it, telling myself my eyes were playing tricks on me. I went to bed early, exhausted from the hike, but sleep did not come easily. Every shadow outside my tent seemed to shift. Every creak of the trees sounded like someone moving toward me. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my blood run cold, the snap of a branch. Close. My tent flap quivered as if something had brushed against it. I froze, heart hammering, straining to hear. Then there it was again. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling my tent. I wanted to scream, to bolt, but I couldn't move. The sound stopped for a few seconds, then resumed, closer this time, as if pacing right outside my tent. I considered calling out, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon, though neither moved with such deliberate, heavy steps. When morning came, I was still on edge. I unzipped the tent carefully and peered out. The footprints around the clearing were more numerous than the night before. They weren't random. They circled the clearing, came close to my tent, and disappeared into the woods. I packed quickly, not wanting to stay another second. As I hiked, the unease persisted. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves seemed amplified. I felt like I was being followed, though I saw no one. By late afternoon, I had reached a narrow creek. I stopped to refill my water and rest. The sun was low, and shadows stretched across the forest floor. That's when I saw it. A figure, just for a second, darting between the trees across the creek. Tall, thin, and impossibly fast. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I had imagined it, but then I saw it again, closer, standing motionless for a second before disappearing behind a cluster of pines. My heart sank. Whatever it was tracking me. I forced myself to move quickly, hugging the trail as it wound upward. Every step made my chest tighten. The forest felt alive in a way I had never experienced before, like it was aware of me, like it was cooperating with whatever was out there. The sun dipped below the horizon, and I realized I hadn't scouted a spot for my second night. I had to keep moving. Night fell fast, and I struggled to find a place to set up my tent. Eventually, I found another small clearing, partially hidden by dense underbrush. I pitched my tent in record time, my hands shaking. I refused to make a fire this time, it would give away my location. Instead, I crawled inside, flashlight in hand, and tried to calm myself. Every rustle, every sigh of wind, every distant animal sound made me tense. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, circling, deliberate, heavy. This time, they didn't stop. They moved with a rhythm, almost taunting, like whoever or whatever was out knew I could hear them. I spent the rest of the night awake, flashlight clutched tightly, listening as the footsteps moved in and out of my hearing range. Occasionally, there were soft taps on the tent fabric, so light I almost convinced myself they were my imagination. But then I would feel a brief draft of cold air or see a shadow shift in the trees outside, and I knew I wasn't imagining it. When dawn finally broke, I hesitated before leaving the tent. I slowly unzipped it and stepped out, scanning the perimeter. The footprints were still there, but now they were joined by something else. Long, deep scratches on the nearby trees, jagged and deliberate, as if the creature had left a warning. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. I started hiking immediately, moving faster than usual, checking over my shoulder constantly. I hiked all day, the forest refusing to return to normal. The trees seemed to close in, the shadows deepened unnaturally, and I occasionally thought I glimpsed that figure in the corner of my eye, always just out of focus. My pace was relentless. By evening, I reached another ridge with a view over the valley. I considered setting up camp, but the sense of being hunted was too strong. I pressed on, hoping to make it back to the trailhead before nightfall. As night fell, I realized I was lost. The trail I had been following was gone, washed out or overgrown. Panic surged, but I forced myself to keep moving. I stumbled through the underbrush, tripping over roots and rocks, my flashlight beam cutting narrow slivers through the darkness. Then I heard it. A low, guttural sound, unlike any animal I had ever heard. It was close, maybe 20 feet away, and it made my blood run cold. I froze, straining to see. For a few seconds, nothing. Then a shadow emerged from the trees, a figure tall, impossibly thin, limbs long and angular. Its face, if it had one, was hidden in darkness. It didn't move quickly, just glided toward me, silent except for the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. I backed away, tripping over a root, my flashlight skittering across the ground. The beam landed on the figure's torso, long and dark, then swung away as it advanced. I screamed and ran blindly, branches slashing my arms and face. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The figure followed, always just behind me, always patient. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs screamed, until I stumbled into a small stream and fell. I scrambled out, soaked and exhausted, and caught sight of a faint orange glow in the distance. It was the trailhead. I ran toward it, ignoring the mud and the rocks, ignoring the cuts and scratches on my arms and face. As I neared the parking lot, the footsteps behind me stopped. Silence returned, heavy and suffocating. I looked back once more, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the figure at the tree line, watching me, then melting into the shadows. I jumped into my Jeep, shaking uncontrollably, and started the engine. My hands were bloodied, my clothes torn, but I didn't care. I drove straight to the nearest town, stopped at a diner, and called the authorities, explaining that I had been followed in the forest. They didn't believe me, of course. They chalked it up to paranoia, exhaustion, or a hallucination. But I know what I saw. I haven't been back to those mountains. I stick to crowded trails now, to campgrounds with other people around. Sometimes when I'm alone at home and the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I think I hear those same deliberate, pacing footsteps. I know they aren't real, my friends tell me so, but I can't convince myself. I've read local news reports since then about hikers disappearing in that same stretch of forest, their campsites found abandoned, their tracks circling in impossible patterns. Sometimes there are deep scratches on trees, fresh and jagged. The authorities dismiss them as animals or vandals, but I know better. There's something in those woods, something patient, intelligent, and persistent. It doesn't move like a human or an animal. It moves like a shadow, a force that waits for the right moment to reveal itself. And I know, deep down, if I ever went back, it would find me again. I can still feel it sometimes, in the quiet moments, the shifting shadows, the heavy air that presses down when no one else is around. I survived that trip, but part of me never left the forest. Even now, years later, I can't forget the feeling of being hunted, of being watched, of knowing I was not alone in the woods. I sometimes dream of the tall figure gliding through the trees, silent and patient, waiting for me to return. And I know if I ever did, it wouldn't let me leave again. Story the end. It was late September when I decided to escape the city and spend a week alone in the woods of northern Pennsylvania. I had grown up hiking with my dad, but it had been years since I'd really been in the wilderness without another human around. My friends thought I was crazy to go alone, but I wanted the solitude, the silence, and maybe a little self-discovery. I didn't expect the woods to have other plans. I parked my old Subaru at the trailhead just after dawn, the morning air crisp and smelling of wet leaves. A few cars were already gone, hikers heading out early, but the lot was mostly empty. I hoisted my pack, heavier than I expected, and started up the trail. The path was familiar from maps and satellite photos, winding steeply into the hills. Birds called to one another, and the sound of running water from a creek nearby mingled with the rustle of leaves underfoot. It felt like stepping into a different world. The first day was uneventful, though every sound seemed sharper and more immediate than in the city. I hiked steadily, stopping only to drink and eat some trail mix. By afternoon, I found a small clearing beside a stream that looked perfect for setting up camp. The sunlight streamed through the trees in golden beams, and I felt a rare kind of peace. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and made a small fire to cook dinner. As darkness fell, I crawled into my sleeping bag, the warmth of the fire fading with the night air. I was asleep for only a few hours when I first heard it. A subtle noise outside the tent. At first I thought it was a deer or raccoon, something brushing through the underbrush. But then it happened again, closer, deliberate, and accompanied by a faint, dragging sound. My heart raced. I unzipped the tent just a crack, shining my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the faint glow of the dying fire. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a stray dog. But the dragging noise continued intermittently throughout the night, always just beyond the edge of the firelight, always moving. Sleep eluded me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I could feel the air change around the tent, heavier, somehow charged. By the time the first pale light of morning seeped through the canopy, I was tense, exhausted, and uneasy. I decided to hike further in, away from the clearing, deeper into the forest. My trail led into older, thicker woods. The trees were massive, their branches twisting and knotted. The sunlight barely touched the forest floor, leaving patches of shadow that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. I told myself to stay rational. I was alone in the woods, yes, but humans weren't likely to be out here at this hour. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around noon, I stopped to rest near a small stream. Kneeling to refill my water bottle, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping between the trees. I froze, listening. Nothing. A branch snapped far away and my heart jumped. I called out, my voice echoing, but no answer came. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I hiked on, deliberately trying to shake the creeping fear, but by late afternoon it became harder to ignore. I kept hearing the rustling, sometimes behind me, sometimes off to the side, always following. I glanced over my shoulder repeatedly, flashlight ready, but saw nothing, only shadows and trees. I tried to rationalize it, isolation and fatigue playing tricks on my mind. By evening, I reached a ridge that overlooked a deep valley. I decided to set up camp there, higher ground feeling safer somehow. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the surrounding trees. I tried to eat, tried to read, but every noise, every shadow beyond the firelight set my nerves on edge. Around 11 p.m., the dragging sound returned, closer this time, deliberate and slow. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent fully. My beam caught a shape at the edge of the clearing, a humanoid form hunched, tall, obscured by shadow. My breath caught in my throat. When I blinked, it was gone. I couldn't explain it. I had never seen anything move like that, silently, deliberately, stalking me without approaching directly. I spent the rest of the night awake, flashlight in hand, listening to every sound, heart pounding with every whisper of movement. Dawn brought little relief. The forest seemed different in the morning light, twisting and unfamiliar. I packed quickly and started hiking back toward the main trail, constantly checking behind me. By mid-morning, the forest thickened again. I stumbled into another clearing, and my stomach dropped. Fresh footprints, too large and too human to be deer, were pressed into the soft soil, leading from the edge of the trees toward my previous campsite. I stopped, scanning the woods, but saw nothing. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the forest itself were watching. I pressed on, moving faster, trying to follow the trail markers I had memorized. By late afternoon, fatigue and hunger made me reckless. I ventured off-trail, hoping a shortcut would get me back to the ranger station faster. That's when I heard it. Soft footfalls, deliberate, keeping pace with me. I spun around repeatedly, flashlight sweeping the dense trees, but saw nothing. Yet the sound continued, circling me, always just out of sight. Night fell, and I found myself near an old abandoned cabin I hadn't seen on any map. Desperation made me seek shelter inside. The air was damp and heavy with decay. I braced the door with a broken chair and huddled in a corner, listening. The forest outside was alive with wind and rustling leaves, but no footsteps approached. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, followed, as if whatever was out there was waiting, patient and deliberate. Sleep, when it came, was fitful. Every sound in the night made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to move with purpose. I woke repeatedly to the sound of dragging, whispering, and something low and melodic, like humming, coming from the edge of the trees. I convinced myself it was my imagination. I wanted to believe it was just the forest playing tricks, the isolation and fear manifesting as shapes and sounds. Morning brought no comfort. The trail seemed unfamiliar, twisting and winding in ways I didn't remember. I followed streams and ridges, trying to orient myself, but the forest was deceptive. Shadows shifted in impossible ways, and every sound put me on edge. Around midday, I stumbled onto a clearing with a pond. I knelt to drink, and in the reflection I thought I saw movement behind me. Another shadow, hunched, almost human. I spun around, but the forest was empty. The reflection lingered, though, as if the shadow were trapped in it, watching me. I wandered for hours, disoriented and exhausted, trying to find the main trail. The sun dipped low, and the shadows grew long. Footsteps returned, circling, patient, deliberate, never revealing themselves. Panic took over, and I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, tripping over roots, bleeding from scrapes and cuts I hadn't noticed before. I stumbled into another abandoned structure, smaller this time, more like a shed. I barricaded the door and collapsed inside, shivering and crying. The figure never entered. I could feel it outside, patient, watching, but it never came closer. The night was a nightmare of sound and shadow, of dragging, whispering, and the feeling of unseen eyes. By morning, I emerged, numb, bleeding, and disoriented. The trail ahead was barely visible, overgrown, twisted in ways that made no sense. I followed streams and ridges, hoping for the main trail. Hours later, I finally stumbled onto a logging road. Relief washed over me. A truck approached, and I ran to it, waving and shouting. The driver stopped and helped me to the nearest town. I never looked back. Weeks later, I replay every detail. I don't know what followed me, human, animal, or something else. The memory of those eyes, the dragging, the shadows haunts me. Friends tell me it was hallucination, fear, exhaustion. Maybe. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. I was never alone in those woods, and I know some part of it followed me home. Even now, when I drive past forests, my stomach knots. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow in the trees carries a weight I cannot shake. I cannot go back, but I cannot forget. Sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I hear slow, deliberate footsteps, patient waiting, circling, always circling. Story the end. It was late October when I decided to take a solo trip into the Adirondacks. I had been planning it for months, wanting to escape the constant hum of the city and the responsibilities that followed me everywhere. I wasn't naive. I had been camping before, but always with friends, always with someone else around in case something went wrong. This time, it was just me, my old Jeep, and the wilderness. I figured solitude was exactly what I needed. I left New York City early in the morning, the streets still wet from a light drizzle. The sun was just rising, turning the sky a bruised purple, and I drove north with a thermos of coffee beside me. Traffic thinned as I got closer to the mountains, and the closer I got, the quieter everything became. By the time I turned off the main road onto the dirt path that led to the campground I had researched, I was enveloped in silence, the kind that only the deep woods can offer. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for my Jeep in some places, but I drove carefully, watching the trees crowd the road, their branches scratching at the sides of my vehicle. I parked at the trailhead, took my pack, and started hiking. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wet leaves and pine, and I felt the kind of peace that only comes when the world behind you is miles away. I hiked for hours, my boots crunching over leaves and twigs, until I reached a clearing near a small stream where I decided to set up camp. It was the kind of spot that looked untouched, the water clear and cold, the surrounding trees forming a natural barrier. I pitched my tent, gathered wood, and built a small fire. Sitting there, sipping lukewarm coffee and listening to the stream, I felt untouchable. Night fell faster than I expected. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the forest floor, and the trees seemed to loom over me. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the firelight and the isolation. I cooked a simple meal of canned beans and beef jerky, ate quietly, and then crawled into my sleeping bag, telling myself I'd sleep soundly. But I didn't. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my stomach drop. Something walking outside my tent. Heavy steps, deliberate, crunching over leaves and twigs. My first thought was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, though I knew bears were usually louder and more chaotic. Still, I froze, listening, straining to hear over my own heartbeat. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, convinced that if I moved, whatever it was would know I was awake. Then, after what felt like eternity, a low, guttural growl cut through the night. I unzipped the tent a little, careful not to make too much noise, and shone my flashlight toward the sound. Nothing. Just the trees, swaying gently in the wind. I whispered to myself that it was probably a raccoon or some other nocturnal animal. But deep down, I knew that sound had weight, like it belonged to something larger, something that could follow and hunt. I tried to calm myself and lay back down, but sleep didn't come. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my chest tighten. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes, time distorted in the dark, but eventually the forest grew quiet again. Exhausted, I dozed fitfully until dawn. Morning brought a fragile sense of safety. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and I convinced myself that last night had been an overactive imagination fueled by the isolation. I packed my things, deciding to hike deeper into the woods, thinking maybe being on the move would ease my tension. The deeper I went, the more I noticed oddities. Trees seemed to have been stripped of bark in places, and small piles of rocks appeared at odd intervals, almost like markers. I chalked it up to hikers before me, or natural causes, and pushed on. By midday, I reached a part of the forest where the trees grew denser and the trail all but disappeared. I consulted my map and GPS, trying to keep track of my path, but the signal was weak, the forest stubbornly swallowing the sky. It was then that I heard the first human sound, a voice, muffled, almost chanting. I froze. The voice was faint but deliberate, carrying a cadence that didn't belong to casual hikers or hunters. It was low, deep, and seemed to echo unnaturally among the trees. I strained to listen, trying to discern direction, but the sound didn't seem to move, almost as if it was coming from everywhere at once. I debated leaving, but my curiosity got the better of me. I followed the sound, moving cautiously, every step measured, my backpack a constant reminder of my isolation. The chanting grew louder, words I couldn't understand, but the rhythm was hypnotic. My pulse quickened. Something about it felt wrong, unearthly. Then I saw it. A clearing, smaller than the last, but filled with shapes I couldn't immediately identify. Figures crouched among the trees, barely visible. They weren't people, or if they weren't alive in the way we understand it. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, and their eyes glinted faintly in the weak light. They didn't seem to notice me, or perhaps they were too focused on their strange ritual to care. Panic gripped me, and I stepped back, accidentally snapping a branch underfoot. Every head turned toward me instantly. I froze, heart pounding, unable to move. One of them, taller than the rest, started walking toward me, slow and deliberate. I ran. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran, crashing through underbrush, tripping over roots, my lungs burning. I could hear them moving behind me, slower than I was, but persistent. Every instinct screamed that they could catch me if I faltered. I didn't dare stop to check the map or GPS. I only ran, hoping I'd eventually find the main trail or some sign of civilization. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. My legs ached, my mouth was dry, and the sun began to dip below the horizon again. I realized with a sinking feeling that I was lost. The trees here were ancient, gnarled, and the forest seemed alive in a way I hadn't noticed before. Shadows stretched and twisted unnaturally. As night fell, I heard the chanting again, closer this time. I stumbled through the undergrowth, desperate, until I found a narrow stream. I followed it, reasoning that water might lead me to safety or civilization. The sound of running water was a small comfort, though I knew it didn't mean I was safe. Then I saw them again. Figures stepping out of the shadows, moving with that same jerky, deliberate rhythm. My heart froze as I realized there were more than I had counted before. They surrounded me slowly, methodically, their eyes reflecting some inner fire I couldn't comprehend. I scrambled up a steep embankment, reaching a rock outcrop overlooking the stream. From there, I could see faint lights in the distance, lights that seemed impossibly far but also faintly familiar. Salvation, perhaps. But the creatures below were still moving, circling, and I couldn't get down without risking being seen. Hours passed. I sat on that rock, shivering, my body cramping, listening to the forest grow silent again, but knowing it was a temporary peace. I watched the lights in the distance flicker, knowing I had to make a choice, stay and risk whatever those things were, or try to make it toward the lights in the dark. Eventually, hunger and exhaustion forced me to move. I descended carefully, keeping to the shadows, and made my way toward the lights. The forest seemed to change around me. Branches twisted toward me, roots snagged my boots, and the fog began to roll in, thick and choking. The chanting returned, faint but omnipresent, like it was seeping from the trees themselves. I stumbled into what I realized was a narrow, seldom used fire road. My pace quickened. The lights were closer now, maybe a ranger station, maybe another camper. I didn't care. I ran until I burst onto a small clearing where an old cabin sat, lights glowing warmly from the windows. Relief washed over me in a wave I couldn't describe. I banged on the door, shouting. After what felt like an eternity, a man opened it, his face lined and worried. I could barely speak, pointing back toward the forest, trying to explain what I had seen. He looked at me like I was crazy, but his eyes followed my shaking hand toward the woods. "You're lucky you made it here," he said quietly. "Not many do when they wander that deep alone. That forest, it's different. People say things get lost there, and sometimes they don't come back the same." I tried to explain about the figures, the chanting, the way the forest seemed alive, but words failed me. He didn't ask questions. He just nodded as if he had seen it himself before. I stayed in the cabin that night, too shaken to sleep. The wind howled outside, rustling the trees, and I could swear I heard faint whispers carried on the air. I didn't care. I stayed awake until sunrise, when the light seemed to push the darkness and fear back into the forest where it belonged. When I finally left the next morning, I didn't look back. The Jeep was parked where I left it, but the forest behind it seemed different, ominous. I drove away in silence, the road stretching endlessly, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I never went back. Friends asked why I quit camping, why I avoided hiking alone, but I couldn't tell them the truth. How could I? They wouldn't believe me. I couldn't even fully believe myself. But every night I dream of that forest, the chanting, the eyes, the way the shadows moved with a purpose. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear a faint rustle at the window, like the forest is still calling me back. I know it's real. I know what I saw, and I know that if I ever went back, I might not come out. Story the end. The first time I decided to take a solo trip into the woods, I told myself it would be a way to clear my head. My job had been eating me alive. My relationship had ended badly a few months prior, and I'd been feeling like I couldn't catch my breath in my own apartment anymore. The walls were too close, the city too loud. So I packed up my old camping gear, stuff I hadn't used in years, and drove out to the edge of the state forest in northern Pennsylvania. It wasn't some wild, untouched wilderness or anything like that, at least not from the maps I'd studied. The rangers had posted trails, campsites marked, and even a few clearings where you could pitch a tent and not worry about breaking any rules. But the deeper you went, the less of that there was. That was what I wanted, to be away from the trails, away from everyone. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. I parked my car at the lot near an old ranger station around 4 in the afternoon, late enough that the sun was starting to stretch shadows between the trees, but early enough that I figured I'd have no problem setting up camp before night fell. I checked in with the ranger on duty, some guy in his 50s who looked like he'd been working there his whole life, and signed the logbook so they'd know there was someone out there if I didn't check back in. He glanced over my pack and the folded map sticking out of my back pocket. "Headed deep?" he asked, leaning on the counter like it was no big deal, but there was a weight in his tone. "Yeah," I said, nodding. Planning to stay a couple of nights. Just needed some time off the grid." He squinted out the window at the thick woods that started right where the gravel lot ended. "Be careful," he said simply. "Compass, GPS, enough food?" "Yeah, I've got it covered," I told him, trying to sound more confident than I felt. He tapped the logbook with his pen. "Write down your route. Folks think they know these woods, but after a mile or two, they start to look the same. You'd be surprised how many people we have to pull out every year." I scribbled down my intended path, thanked him, and headed out. The trail started wide, with gravel and wooden signs, but within a half hour it narrowed, the trees closing in overhead until it was just me and the dirt beneath my boots. I'd picked a spot I'd found online, a small clearing near a creek that was about 3 miles from the marked trail. Supposedly quiet, secluded, the perfect place to disappear for a weekend. By the time I reached it, the sun was starting to dip low. The clearing was smaller than I expected, but nice. Just enough flat ground for my small tent, ringed with tall pines that whispered in the breeze. I set up camp as the light faded, the hum of cicadas and distant calls of birds filling the air. When the sun finally sank behind the treetops and the sky turned that deep purple that comes before full night, the quiet hit me. No cars, no chatter, no hum of electricity, just the slow, steady thrum of the woods. I sat by a small fire I'd built, sipping from a metal mug of coffee, and told myself this was what I needed. Solitude. Space to think. But sometime during the night, I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me, at least not one I could place. My eyes just opened, and I was staring at the nylon ceiling of my tent, the cold of the ground seeping up through my sleeping bag. I held my breath, listening. At first, there was nothing, just the usual chirp of insects and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then, faintly, a sound, like footsteps, slow, crunching. I sat up, straining to hear. It could have been anything, a deer, a raccoon, some small animal passing through. But then it came again, closer this time, deliberate. One step, then another. The fire had burned down to embers, casting almost no light, but the moon was bright enough that when I unzipped the tent flap and peeked out, I could see the clearing, the line of trees at its edge. Nothing moved. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, my breath fogging in the cool air, until finally I told myself I was being ridiculous. Animals wander all the time. That was the whole point of coming out here, to be surrounded by nature. I zipped the tent closed and tried to go back to sleep, but my heart didn't slow for a long time. The next day was uneventful. I made coffee, hiked to the creek, spent hours just walking the area, trying to get familiar with the layout of the woods. It was easy to get turned around, the trees thick and uniform, but I kept my compass close and marked a few trees with bits of orange ribbon just in case. By evening, I'd almost forgotten about the noise. The fire crackled, the air smelled like pine, and the world felt far away. I cooked a simple dinner, read a few chapters of a paperback I'd brought, and then sat there in the glow of the fire until my eyes grew heavy. That night, it happened again. I woke to silence. No chirping, no rustling, no night sounds at all. Just stillness. And then the crunch of leaves. Closer this time. My throat tightened. I unzipped the tent just enough to see out, my flashlight gripped tight in my hand. At first, nothing. Just darkness and trees and the faint light of the dying fire. Then something shifted at the tree line. Not an animal. Too tall. Too still. I froze, the beam of my flashlight trembling slightly as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, someone standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows. "Hello?" My voice cracked, too loud in the quiet. "Who's there?" No answer. I blinked, and when I focused again, the shape was gone. The rest of the night, I sat awake in the tent, flashlight in hand, ears straining for any sound. By morning, with the sun cutting through the trees, it felt almost stupid, like a dream I'd half imagined. I told myself it was shadows, my brain playing tricks, maybe a tree trunk that looked human in the dim light. I should have left then, packed up and hiked back to the trail, driven home, and told myself I just wasn't cut out for this kind of solitude. But I didn't. I stayed. That third night, everything changed. The sun went down, the fire flickered, and the woods seemed quieter than before, like everything out there was holding its breath. I cooked dinner, cleaned up, and sat there waiting for the unease to fade, but it didn't. When I finally crawled into my tent, every sound seemed amplified. The shifting branches, the distant snap of twigs. Then, somewhere in the distance, a whistle. Low, almost casual. My blood ran cold. No one was supposed to be out here. I was miles off the main trail, deep enough that even if someone had decided to camp nearby, I would have known. The whistle came again, closer this time. I clutched my flashlight and my small camping knife, my hands slick with sweat. And then, footsteps. Fast. Running. They stopped right at the edge of the clearing. I held my breath, my heart pounding so loud I swore whoever or whatever it was could hear it. Silence. Then slowly a voice. "Why are you here?" The words were low, almost a whisper, but they carried through the still night air. I didn't answer. Couldn't. Leave. I stayed frozen, paralyzed by fear, until, after what felt like hours, the footsteps retreated into the trees, fading until there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. I didn't sleep that night. I packed up as soon as the sky lightened, my hands shaking as I stuffed gear into my backpack. But when I stepped out of the clearing, ready to follow my marked path back toward the trail, the ribbons were gone. Every single one. The woods looked different. Wrong. And then, faintly, that whistle again, somewhere deeper in the trees. I ran. Branches tore at my arms and face as I pushed through the undergrowth, not caring about direction, just needing to put distance between me and that clearing, that voice. I don't know how long I ran before I stumbled onto a narrow path, a deer trail, maybe, and followed it until by some miracle I found the main trail again. When I finally burst out of the trees near the ranger station, breathless and shaking, the same ranger from before was standing on the porch. He took one look at me, pale and wild-eyed, and said nothing, just nodded like he'd seen this before. "You got out," he said quietly. I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I drove home in silence, the woods shrinking in my rearview mirror, but even now, months later, I still wake up some nights to the sound of that low, casual whistle and the voice in the dark asking me why I was there. Story the end. I grew up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, the kind of place where the woods were less of a backdrop and more of a part of everyday life. By the time I was in my late 20s, hiking alone through thick forest felt as natural to me as driving down a highway. I didn't think much about safety beyond the basics. Let someone know where I was going, bring a map, carry a knife and extra food, and never stray too far from a marked trail. That particular weekend in September, I was looking to clear my head. My job had been eating me alive, my girlfriend and I had broken up, and the only thing that sounded good was isolation. I picked a spot in the Allegheny National Forest, a place I'd been once before, but never alone. The area wasn't particularly popular. Rugged trails, uneven terrain, and no real attractions other than raw wilderness kept most casual hikers away. That's exactly what I wanted. Silence, space, and solitude. I left early Saturday morning. The drive was 3 hours, long enough to make it feel like a real escape. By the time I parked my truck at the small gravel lot near the trailhead, it was past noon, and the sun was filtered through clouds that looked like they'd been smudged across the sky. The air was heavy and humid with a sharp scent of wet pine from the previous night's rain. I signed the trail registry like always, jotting down my name, the date, and my planned route. According to the log, only one other person had signed in that morning, T. Morgan, and they were headed down a different path. I clipped my small backpack over my shoulders, double-checked that my knife and flashlight were tucked in their places, and started down the trail. The first couple of miles were uneventful, just dirt crunching under my boots, birds rustling in the canopy, and the occasional distant crack of a branch falling somewhere out of sight. I moved at a steady pace, stopping once to drink from my canteen and glance at the map to make sure I was headed toward the little clearing by a stream where I planned to camp. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Even the birds seemed to fade away, replaced by the faint, unsteady creak of trees shifting in the breeze. Around mile 4, the path narrowed, overgrown with ferns and roots that snaked across the dirt like veins. That's when I got the first twinge of unease. Not fear, not really, but the creeping awareness that I hadn't seen anyone for hours. No hikers, no distant voices, not even the rustle of a squirrel. Just me and the sound of my own boots moving forward. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun had started to dip lower, staining the trees in long, slanted streaks of orange. The spot was perfect, exactly how I remembered it. The stream gurgled lazily a few feet away, and the ground was flat enough for my small one-person tent. I set up camp, boiled some water for instant noodles, and sat on a fallen log to eat as twilight bled into full darkness. That first night was quiet. Too quiet. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening for the usual nighttime chorus, frogs, owls, the hum of insects, but the woods felt dead. Every now and then, I'd hear a branch snap somewhere beyond the tree line, sharp and deliberate like a footstep. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon, and eventually exhaustion dragged me into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke before dawn. The air was crisp, a thin fog clinging low to the ground. I made coffee, ate a protein bar, and decided to hike a few miles deeper before turning back. I left most of my gear at camp, bringing only my map, canteen, and knife. The trail was narrower here, more wild. I had to duck under branches and push through clusters of brush. After about an hour, I noticed something odd. Boot prints in the mud, fresh ones, not even half a day old. They weren't mine, and they were too large to be from a child. I thought maybe they belonged to that T. Morgan who'd signed the registry, but they were headed in the opposite direction of their marked path. I followed them for a while without meaning to, just out of curiosity, until they veered sharply off the trail and disappeared into the underbrush. That was my first real warning sign, and I ignored it. I figured some hunter had wandered off or someone was just exploring. Around noon, I headed back toward camp. The woods felt different on the return trip. Still, yes, but heavier somehow, like the trees were holding their breath. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on getting back before dark. When I stepped into the clearing, my stomach dropped. My tent was collapsed, the poles bent at sharp, unnatural angles, like someone had stomped on it. My backpack was still there, but the zipper was open, and the contents were scattered across the ground. Nothing was missing, but everything had been moved. My food bag torn open, my flashlight resting on the log where I'd eaten dinner, the knife I'd left in the side pocket now buried halfway in the dirt blade first. I stood there for a long minute, every muscle tight, ears straining for movement. The woods were silent. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking a little. No answer. I packed up what I could in shaky, clumsy motions, telling myself I'd hike back to the truck and drive home. This wasn't worth it, but as I shouldered my bag, I noticed something in the soft earth near the edge of the clearing. Footprints again. Fresh. Too fresh. They circled the campsite in uneven loops before disappearing into the trees. I didn't run, though every instinct screamed at me to. Instead, I walked quickly, sticking to the trail, eyes flicking between the path and the trees. I must have made it a mile before I stopped to catch my breath. That's when I heard it. Branches snapping, deliberate, keeping pace with me but never close enough to see. I started moving again, faster this time. The sound followed. Not a deer, not a bear. Too careful, too measured. By the time the sun dipped low, painting the forest in dull red light, I knew I wasn't going to make it back before dark. My legs were shaking, lungs burning, but I couldn't stop. I remember glancing over my shoulder, swearing I caught a flicker of movement between the trees, a shape pale and thin, ducking out of sight the second I turned. When full darkness fell, the woods swallowed me whole. My flashlight flickered weakly, and me flats the batteries dying faster than they should have. Every snap of a branch, every whisper of leaves felt too close, too intentional. I stumbled back into the clearing well past midnight, desperate and disoriented. Somehow, in my panic, I'd looped back to my ruined campsite. The stream gurgled steadily, mocking me, and on the log where I'd sat eating noodles less than 24 hours earlier, there was something new, a small stack of stones balanced impossibly on top of one another, right where I'd been sitting. I froze, too terrified to move, too terrified to stay. Then I heard it. From the edge of the clearing, no more than 20 feet away, the sound of breathing. Slow, steady, human. I bolted. I didn't care about the path, didn't care about the branches tearing at my arms and face. I just ran. I ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed somewhere deep in the forest, too exhausted to cry, too scared to close my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed there, curled up in the dirt, clutching my knife with white knuckles. Maybe an hour, maybe more. The breathing never followed, but the silence was worse. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I forced myself up and stumbled forward, praying I was headed in the right direction. It took me nearly 6 hours to find the trailhead. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely unlock my truck. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and thought, no, I knew. I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees, pale against the shadows, watching me leave. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not my friends, not my family. I told myself it was my imagination, exhaustion, the forest playing tricks on me. But 2 weeks later, when the park ranger called to confirm I'd made it out safely, apparently no one had checked me out of the registry, I asked him about the other name on the log. T. Morgan, I said. Did they make it out? There was a pause on the other end of the line, long and heavy. There's no record of anyone named T. Morgan, the ranger said finally. Not that day. Not in the last month. Story the end. I'd been hiking alone for years without incident. So when I told a couple of friends that I was heading out for a solo weekend in the woods, nobody batted an eye. I'd gotten used to their casual, be safe, man, and maybe a joke about bears or getting lost, but that was it. I had all my usual gear. A 2-person tent, sleeping bag, Jetboil stove, my old but trusty compass, a topographic map of the area, and my 9mm Glock for the rare just in case. The plan was simple. Drive up to a section of the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia I'd never been to before, hike about 5 or 6 miles in, camp by a creek, and just decompress for a couple days. No phone service, no noise, just me, the wind, and the sound of water moving through the rocks. It was early September, that time of year when the nights were cool, the days still warm, and the trees just barely starting to hint at fall. Perfect weather for being alone out there. I left my truck at a small gravel pull-off off an old forest road just after noon. There were no other cars around, which I actually liked. I've always preferred solitude on my hikes. No random groups blasting music, no kids screaming as they chase their dog, just quiet. I hoisted my pack, locked up, and started down the trail. The first 3 miles were easy, mostly downhill, with the trail twisting alongside an old logging road overgrown with ferns and small trees. The deeper I got, the quieter it became. No cars, no planes, no voices, just the constant drone of insects and the occasional rustle of something small darting off the trail. Every so often I'd stop, just to listen, to let the stillness sink in. By the time I reached the spot I'd marked on the map, it was about 3:30. A small clearing by a creek ringed with tall pines that cut the sunlight into sharp little patches. There were signs that someone had camped there before. A half-burned fire ring, some stones arranged like crude seats. It felt good, familiar, like places I'd stayed 100 times before. I set up camp quickly, tent staked a few yards from the water, pack leaned against a tree. Once I got everything in order, I just sat on a log, letting the sound of the creek settle in. It felt like a perfect afternoon, that kind of deep calm you only get when you're completely removed from the world. Around dusk, I built a small fire, cooked some ramen with dehydrated veggies, and poured myself a nip from the little flask I'd brought. I watched the fire crackle down as the woods went dark, the sounds of the day quieting into the nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs. It was around 10 when I crawled into my sleeping bag. The fire was down to glowing embers. My headlamp hung on the center loop of the tent, casting that dim yellow light over my stuff. I read a couple chapters of a paperback I'd brought, then clicked off the light. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. I wasn't cold and there hadn't been a dream. I just opened my eyes to the pitch black of the tent and realized something was off. It was quiet. Not the usual quiet of the woods at night. This was different. Heavy. The constant background noise of bugs and frogs was gone, like someone had flipped a switch. I lay there perfectly still, my heart starting to thud in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, Maybe a predator nearby, a fox or a coyote that made everything go silent. That happens sometimes. But then I heard it. A sound, faint but sharp, like a single footstep on leaves. I held my breath. It came again, this time a little closer. Not an animal, not a squirrel darting through underbrush, something heavier. Two legs. I slid my hands slowly toward my backpack where I'd stashed my gun, careful not to make noise. The fabric of the sleeping bag crinkled louder than I wanted it to, but I froze, listening. The sound had stopped. Nothing but that heavy, unnatural silence pressing in from all sides. Minutes passed, or maybe just seconds. It was hard to tell. And then I heard it again, but this time farther to the right. A slow, deliberate crunch of a footstep. Then another. Whatever it was circling. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, gripping the Glock inside my sleeping bag, every muscle tight. Eventually, the footsteps faded, melting into the distance until all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every snap of a twig, every breeze that rustled the trees, had me staring into the dark, straining to hear more. When the first pale light of morning started seeping through the fabric of the tent, I finally unzipped the door and crawled out, every nerve on edge. The campsite looked normal, undisturbed. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. But I knew what I'd heard. I spent the morning trying to shake it off. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a black bear. Maybe my imagination had played tricks on me. By noon, I'd almost convinced myself. I packed a day bag, left the tent and gear at camp, and headed a mile or so upriver to do some light exploring. The hike was nice at first, the trail hugging the creek, sunlight cutting through the trees in sharp beams, but I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. Every now and then, I'd stop and glance behind me. Sure, I'd catch movement, but there was nothing there. By the time I got back to camp in the late afternoon, I felt jittery, my nerves raw. I got a small fire going and forced myself to eat an early dinner, even though my stomach felt tight and knotted. I debated hiking back out, but the sun was already dipping low, and I didn't want to get caught on the trail in the dark. That night, I didn't even bother with a fire. I just sat in the dark for a while, gun in my lap, until exhaustion pulled me into the tent. I woke up again around 1. This time, it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of my tent zipper being tugged, slow and deliberate, like someone testing it. My body went ice cold. I didn't move, barely breathed, listening as the zipper inched up another 2 inches, then stopped. There was no light, no shadow, just the faint, rasping sound of the metal teeth parting. Then, nothing. No movement, no retreating steps, just silence, heavy and suffocating. I don't know how long I sat there, gun pointed at the half-open tent flap, finger trembling on the trigger. My heart was beating so loud I was sure whoever, whatever, was out there could hear it. Eventually, the woods came back to life. Crickets started chirping again. A breeze rustled the pines. The sense of being watched ebbed, like whatever had been there was gone. At first light, I didn't waste time. I tore down camp, barely stuffing my sleeping bag and tent into my pack before slinging it over my shoulders and bolting back toward the trailhead. Every snap of a branch behind me had me spinning, gun in hand, breath sharp and fast. When I finally stumbled out of the tree line and saw my truck sitting alone on that gravel pull-off, I nearly collapsed from relief. I threw my gear in the bed, jumped into the cab, and locked the doors before starting the engine. The whole drive home, I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The footsteps, the silence, the zipper sliding up in the dark. It's been 3 years since that trip. I still hike, but I don't camp alone anymore. Not after that. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the house is quiet and the wind shifts just right, I swear I hear that faint rasping sound again. The sound of a zipper, slow and careful, moving just enough to let something in. Story the end. I had always been comfortable being alone in the woods. Growing up in northern Michigan, solitude among the trees was something I'd learned to appreciate. My father was the kind of man who believed everyone should know how to handle themselves outdoors, how to fish, build a fire, navigate by compass, and identify which plants wouldn't kill you. So when I planned a weekend camping trip by myself that October, I didn't think much of it. I'd done solo hikes and day trips countless times. But this time I wanted something longer, something that felt like I was truly disconnected. I picked a spot deep inside Manistee National Forest, far enough from the trails to avoid other hikers. It was a place I'd scouted before, secluded next to a quiet bend of the Little Manistee River where the sound of water running over rocks could lull you to sleep. The forecast showed clear skies and cool nights, perfect for camping. I parked my truck at a ranger station just before noon, signed in, and gave the ranger my rough location. 3 days, I told him. He nodded, didn't ask many questions. People camp out there all the time. I hiked in with about 40 pounds of gear: tent, sleeping bag, cooking supplies, extra layers, and my father's old hunting knife strapped to my belt. The forest was alive with color, leaves in every shade of orange, red, and yellow crunching underfoot. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. By the time I reached the river, the only sound was the soft rush of water and the occasional rustle of something small in the underbrush. I set up camp by mid-afternoon. My tent faced the river, with a small fire ring about 10 feet from the water's edge. I gathered enough dry wood to last the night and sat by the river for a while, eating jerky and trail mix, watching the sunlight dip lower through the canopy. As the night crept in, the woods came alive with sounds: crickets, distant owls, the river whispering endlessly. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, a packet of dehydrated beef stew that tasted better than it had any right to. The temperature dropped fast after the sun disappeared, but I'd prepared for that. Wrapped in my sleeping bag inside the tent, I drifted off to sleep to the sound of water and wind. The first night passed without anything unusual. But the second day, I started noticing little things. I woke early, around dawn, to the sound of something crunching through the leaves. Not close, maybe 50 yards off, but heavy enough to snap small branches. Deer, I thought at first. They're common in these woods. But when I stepped out of the tent, there was nothing, just a faint mist rising off the river and an eerie stillness that made the hair on my arms prickle. I brushed it off. It was the woods, after all. They're full of sounds you can't always explain. I spent most of the day fishing, catching a couple of small trout I planned to cook for dinner. At one point, I thought I heard something again. Twigs breaking, faint movement deeper in the woods. But every time I turned to look, there was nothing but trees swaying slightly in the breeze. By late afternoon, I'd hiked a few miles away from camp to explore. That's when I found something that unsettled me. It was a small clearing, not far from a bend in the trail, maybe a half-mile from where I'd set up. In the middle of the clearing was a circle of stones, blackened as if someone had built a fire there. That wasn't unusual. What was unusual was what was sitting in the center of the circle: a deer skull, bleached white, with its antlers still attached. It wasn't just sitting there randomly. It had been placed deliberately, facing the trail like it was watching. I stood there for a long minute, staring at it, that uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I've seen plenty of skulls in the woods before. Nature leaves its share of remains. But this was arranged. Purposeful. I left quickly, telling myself someone else had used this spot for hunting or some kind of strange ritual, maybe teenagers messing around. Still, the sight of it lingered in my mind all the way back to camp. That night, as I sat by the fire cooking the trout, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had changed. The air felt heavier, like the silence had grown thicker. Every snap of a branch made me pause, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife at my belt. When I finally climbed into my tent, sleep didn't come easy. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening. At some point I must have drifted off because I woke abruptly to the sound of footsteps outside my tent. Not animals. I knew the difference. These were slow, deliberate steps circling the tent, crunching softly on dry leaves. My body locked up, every muscle tense as I tried to steady my breathing. I glanced toward the zipper of the tent, faint moonlight filtering through the nylon walls. I didn't dare move. The steps paused. Silence. Then, as suddenly as they'd started, they retreated into the woods, fading until there was nothing but the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I stayed awake the rest of the night, gripping my knife, fishing knives, every sound amplified in the darkness. By morning, I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a deer or some other animal. The woods can play tricks on you when you're tired. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I debated packing up and leaving, but pride, or maybe stubbornness, kept me there. I'd planned for 3 days, and I wasn't about to let some irrational fear ruin the trip. I spent the day closer to camp, collecting wood, fishing, trying to keep my mind occupied. Nothing unusual happened until the sun went down. That third night was worse. The fire had burned low, and I was just about to crawl into the tent when I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, closer, slower. I froze, straining to hear. The steps circled again, crunching the leaves, stopping just a few feet from the tent. Then I heard something I'll never forget. A low, drawn-out whistle. Not a bird. Not an animal. A human whistle, long and deliberate, cutting through the stillness of the night. My stomach dropped. I wanted to call out, to tell whoever it was to get the hell away from my camp, but something in me told me to stay silent, to wait. The whistle came again, softer this time, almost playful. I gripped the knife tighter, my hands slick with sweat, and sat there in the dark until the sound faded, replaced by the steady rush of the river. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I was already packing. My hands shook as I tore down the tent, shoving everything into my pack with clumsy urgency. I didn't care about the food I left behind or the fire pit still smoldering. I just wanted out. The hike back to the trailhead felt endless. Every sound made me jump. The snap of branches, the rustle of leaves. At one point, I thought I heard the whistle again, faint and distant, but I didn't look back. When I finally reached my truck, my legs nearly gave out. I drove straight to the ranger station, signed myself out, and didn't say a word about what had happened. Even now, months later, I can still hear that whistle sometimes when I close my eyes. Long, low, almost like it's waiting for me to come back. Story the end. I grew up in upstate New York in a little town that was more woods than anything else. My dad taught me how to camp when I was 10, how to build a fire, how to use a compass, and how to listen to the forest. By the time I was 27, I figured I knew enough to spend a weekend alone in the woods without a problem. I'd done solo camping trips before, though usually near popular trails where I'd at least pass a hiker or two during the day. This time, though, I wanted solitude. I wanted to get as far away from everything as I could, just me, the trees, and silence. It was early October, that perfect season where the air is crisp but not freezing, and the forest smells like leaves and damp earth. I picked an area in the Catskills about 6 miles from the nearest trailhead, where an old hunter's path snaked through thick trees and eventually disappeared entirely. I parked my truck at the trailhead on a Friday morning, sent my buddy Jake a quick text saying I'd be back by Sunday night, and headed into the woods. My pack was heavy on my shoulders, but I felt good. The hike-in took most of the day. By the time I found a clearing big enough for my small tent, the sun was already dipping low. The clearing wasn't large, just a flat patch of earth surrounded by tall pines, with enough space for a fire pit and a little cooking area. I set up camp, got a small fire going, and ate a quick meal of dehydrated chili while the light drained from the sky. The forest settled into that deep quiet that only exists in the wilderness, where the hum of civilization disappears. It should have been peaceful. But even that first night, there was something. It started as small noises. A branch snapping deeper in the woods, maybe 50 or 60 feet away. The sound of something moving, not quickly, not with purpose, but moving, heavy enough that it wasn't just a raccoon or squirrel. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth, and listened. The movement stopped after a moment, like whatever it was had stilled too. I convinced myself it was a deer. Plenty of deer out here. After a few minutes, I went back to eating, though my ears were tuned to every sound. The forest always makes noise. Leaves rustle, insects buzz, owls call, but this felt different, like someone out there was trying not to be heard. By midnight, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and I crawled into my tent. I'm not proud of it, but I kept my hatchet next to my sleeping bag. I told myself it was just for peace of mind, that I was being paranoid, but my gut was tight with unease as I drifted off. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. There was no sound of wind, no rustling of leaves, just stillness. Then, soft and deliberate, I heard footsteps. Slow. Crunching on the leaf litter, moving through the clearing. My mouth went dry, and every hair on my body stood on end. I didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. Whoever, or whatever it was, didn't say anything, didn't move, just stood there. I gripped the hatchet handle, every muscle locked. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away, fading into the trees until the forest swallowed them. I lay there until dawn, eyes wide open, listening for the smallest sound. When morning finally came, I unzipped the tent slowly, careful not to make too much noise, and stepped outside. The clearing looked the same as before, except for the ground. The dirt and pine needles outside my tent were disturbed. Fresh prints. Human prints. Bare feet, small enough to be a woman's or a teenager's, but deep, like whoever it was had been standing there for a while. I stood there for a long time, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a lost hiker. Maybe someone wandered off the main trail and happened to stumble across my camp. But what kind of hiker walks barefoot 6 miles into the forest in the middle of the night? I thought about packing up right then, but my pride kept me rooted. I'd told Jake I'd be back Sunday, and it was still early Saturday morning. Besides, I told myself it could have been a dream. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps. Maybe the prints were already there when I set up camp and I just hadn't noticed. I spent most of Saturday hiking further into the woods, doing some light exploring. The forest was thick, almost claustrophobic in places, but beautiful. When I got back to camp that evening, nothing seemed out of place. I tried to convince myself that the night before had been my imagination. That night, though, it happened again. This time, I didn't fall asleep right away. I sat by the fire longer, the hatchet resting against my thigh, and listened. For hours, nothing. Just the regular night sounds of the woods. By the time I finally crawled into my tent, the tension in my chest had eased a little. Then, maybe an hour later, I heard it. Leaves crunching, slow, steady steps. I held my breath, every nerve screaming. The steps circled the clearing, not rushing, just moving carefully around the perimeter. Then they stopped again, right outside the tent. I gripped the hatchet and whispered, "Who's there?" No response. The silence after I spoke was so heavy it pressed against my ears. Then the faintest sound, a giggle, high-pitched, childlike. My stomach dropped. The steps retreated into the trees, fading until I couldn't hear them anymore. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I made a decision. Screw pride. Screw the trip. I was getting out of there. I packed my gear as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to roll my sleeping bag. The forest felt different that morning, heavy, like it was watching me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone standing there. About a mile into the hike back, I noticed something that stopped me cold. A shape, carved into a tree trunk about eye level. It was crude, but I could tell what it was. A stick figure, a circle for a head, lines for limbs. And beside it, another shape, identical but smaller. I kept moving, faster now. The further I went, the more of them I saw. Carved into trees, scratched into the bark. Always 2 figures. One tall, one small. By the time I reached the trailhead, my heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. I threw my gear into the bed of the truck, peeled out of the lot, and didn't stop until I was miles away from the forest. That night, when I got home, I dumped my gear in the garage and locked every door and window in the house. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that soft giggle echoing in the darkness. It's been months now, but sometimes, especially when it's quiet, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. I don't think I'll ever go back into the woods alone again. Story, the end. I had always liked being alone in the woods. There was something calming about the sound of the wind through the trees, the creak of branches, and the distant rush of water somewhere deeper in the forest. Growing up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, I'd spent countless summers wandering trails, fishing in creeks, and camping under the stars. By the time I was 28, it felt second nature to throw a tent, sleeping bag, and a pack of gear into my car and drive out to a quiet trailhead just to disappear for a few days. That weekend in early October, I figured it would be no different. The leaves were just starting to change, painting the hills with streaks of orange and red. The air was crisp but not yet cold, perfect for hiking. I'd picked a state forest about 2 hours from home, one I'd never really explored beyond a few day hikes. There was a 12-mile loop trail that I'd been meaning to try, and with 2 nights to spare, I planned to set up camp about halfway through, spend a night in the deep woods, then hike back out the following day. The first day went smooth. I parked at the nearly empty lot, checked the map, and started the hike mid-morning. The trail was quiet, aside from the occasional squirrel darting across the path and the sound of leaves crunching under my boots. My pack wasn't heavy, just enough food for 2 days, water, my tent, sleeping bag, and a few essentials. I made good time, stopping to take a few photos when the sunlight filtered through the branches just right. By late afternoon, I'd reached a small clearing about 6 miles in, near a narrow creek that trickled between moss-covered rocks. It was perfect for setting up camp. I pitched my small tent, gathered some dry wood, and got a fire going before the sun dipped below the ridge. I remember sitting there, eating a freeze-dried meal and listening to the distant call of an owl, feeling that deep, contented silence you can only find in the woods. It wasn't until after dark that I started to feel off. It's hard to explain. Nothing specific had changed, but there was this low hum of tension in the air, like the forest itself had gone still. No rustling of small animals, no owls anymore, just quiet. I brushed it off as my imagination. It was my first night camping out there alone in a while, and I figured I just needed to settle in. I banked the fire, zipped up the tent, and tried to sleep. Sometime during the night, I woke up to the faint sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was a deer. They were common out here, and I'd heard them countless times crashing through the underbrush at night. But these weren't random crashes or snaps of branches. These steps were deliberate, slow, one at a time. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. I held my breath and listened. They stopped not far from my tent, maybe 20 feet away. The only light came from the faint glow of the dying fire outside, barely illuminating the thin nylon walls. I didn't move, didn't even reach for my flashlight. I just lay there, heart hammering, straining to hear anything else. After a few minutes, there was nothing. No more steps, no voices, no sound at all. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been some animal, and, after what felt like hours, drifted off again. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent and scanned the clearing. Nothing seemed disturbed. No tracks in the soft dirt, no broken branches nearby. I told myself I'd imagined it. Lack of sleep can play tricks on you, I reasoned. By mid-morning, with the sun warming the forest floor, the unease faded. I packed up camp and started on the next leg of the loop. The trail wound deeper into the woods, farther away from the main road and any sign of civilization. By early afternoon, I reached a ridge overlooking miles of unbroken forest, a rolling sea of trees stretching into the distance. I didn't see another hiker all day. It was just me, the wind, and the rustling of leaves. That night, I set up camp a few 100 yards off the trail near a cluster of boulders. Again, I built a fire, cooked my meal, and sat there with my back against my pack, watching the flames dance. I tried to convince myself that the footsteps the night before had just been nerves or an animal, but when the forest fell silent again, that tightness crept back into my chest. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time, there was no mistaking it. The footsteps were back, slow and deliberate, circling the perimeter of my camp. Crunch, pause, crunch. I could hear the faint shift of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig under weight. Whoever, whatever it was close. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, shining the beam into the trees. Nothing, just endless trunks and undergrowth, shadows shifting in the faint light. Hello? I called out, my voice cracking slightly. No answer. The steps stopped. The forest was so quiet I could hear my own pulse pounding in my ears. I sat there for what felt like forever, flashlight trembling in my hand, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Eventually, the sound of the wind picked up again, and I convinced myself it had passed. Maybe another camper taking the trail at night, I thought, though that didn't make much sense this deep in the woods. By dawn, I hadn't slept more than an hour. My hands shook as I packed up camp. I debated cutting the trip short, heading straight back to the trailhead, but the quickest route was still the loop, another 5 miles forward or 6 miles back the way I came. I told myself I'd finish the trail and be out by late afternoon. The hike that day felt different. The forest didn't feel welcoming anymore. I kept glancing over my shoulder, ears tuned to every rustle of leaves or distant snap of a branch. The trail was empty, not another soul around. By late afternoon, my legs ached, and I was exhausted, but the lot was still 2 miles away. That's when I saw it. A shape between the trees, just at the edge of my vision. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe a tree trunk or a shadow. But when I stopped, squinting through the brush, I could swear I saw someone standing there, tall, still, watching. "Hey!" I called out, trying to sound confident, though my throat was dry. "You lost?" No response. The shape didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. Just trees again. I walked faster after that, practically jogging the last stretch of the trail until I finally saw the glint of my car through the trees. By the time I reached the lot, the sun was sinking low, the forest already growing dim. Mine was the only car there. I didn't bother changing out of my hiking boots. I threw my pack into the passenger seat, got in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I started the engine and pulled out of the lot. Even as the trees gave way to open road, the feeling didn't leave. That sense of being watched clung to me all the way home, like something had followed me just out of sight. And that night, back in my apartment, I tried to tell myself it had all been in my head. Sleep deprivation, isolation, nerves. But when I closed my eyes, I heard the sound again. Crunch, pause, crunch, circling, closer, deliberate. And I swear, just before I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, I heard the faintest whisper of breath, as if someone was standing right next to my bed, waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be just a weekend away. Nothing more than a simple escape from the constant hum of traffic and the walls of my small apartment. I'd been working 60-hour weeks, staring at spreadsheets until my eyes blurred, and I needed quiet. Somewhere without people, without deadlines, without my phone buzzing every 5 minutes. So when a coworker mentioned an old logging trail up north in the Adirondacks, a spot your uncle used to fish at, I didn't hesitate. She gave me vague directions, said it was off the grid and the kind of place where you won't see another soul, which sounded perfect. I packed light, a one-person tent, a sleeping bag, a lantern, my small camping stove, and enough food for 3 days. It was mid-September, that time of year when the air smells faintly like wood smoke and the leaves start turning, but the nights dip lower than you'd expect. I left early Friday morning, drove 4 hours until the asphalt turned to a cracked dirt road, and then hiked the last 3 miles with my pack digging into my shoulders. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was just beginning to set, streaking the sky orange and gold. It was beautiful, almost untouched. The clearing was surrounded by dense pine and maple trees, with a narrow stream gurgling a few yards from where I set up my tent. There were no signs of other campers, no beer cans or fire pits, nothing but the sounds of crickets and the rustle of leaves. It was exactly what I wanted, quiet. I cooked a simple dinner of instant noodles over the camp stove, sat on a log, and let myself unwind for the first time in months. My phone had no service, which honestly felt like a relief. The sky was so clear that night, I could see more stars than I'd ever seen in the city. I fell asleep fast, lulled by the wind through the trees and the steady sound of the stream. The first night passed without incident, though I woke once to what sounded like a branch snapping somewhere off in the woods. I remember lying there, half awake, telling myself it was probably a deer or maybe just the wind. Out here, noises carry. It's never really silent in the woods, not even when you think it is. The second day, I hiked along the stream for a few hours, following a narrow trail that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I saw animal tracks, deer, maybe fox, but nothing alarming. When I doubled back to camp, I noticed something odd. My lantern, which I'd left by the tent, was lying a good 20 feet away near the edge of the trees. At first, I thought I must have forgotten where I set it, but the thing was heavy. There's no way it rolled there on its own. I shrugged it off, telling myself maybe I'd set it down and just misremembered. It was easy to lose track of things when you're alone, and I was trying not to let my mind run wild. That night, though, I didn't sleep as easily. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. At least that's what they sounded like, crunching through the underbrush just beyond the tent. Slow, deliberate. I froze, my hand gripping the small camping knife I kept by my sleeping bag. The steps would come closer, then pause, then closer again. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon sniffing around for food, but something about the rhythm of the steps didn't fit. Animals move erratically. This was steady. I waited, holding my breath until the footsteps faded. Even then, I lay there for what felt like hours, staring into the darkness, every muscle tense. In the morning, I stepped out of the tent cautiously, scanning the clearing. Nothing looked disturbed. No prints, no signs of anyone. But as I started boiling water for coffee, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the far edge of the clearing near the tree line was a small pile of rocks stacked in a neat, almost perfect little tower. I hadn't seen it there the day before. I told myself someone must have passed through. A hiker, maybe, though I hadn't seen anyone. Maybe it was just some old trail marker I hadn't noticed. But the unease stayed with me all day, a constant hum in the back of my mind. I thought about packing up and heading out, but it felt silly. It was just a stack of rocks. People leave little markers like that in the woods all the time. That night, I made a small fire and sat by it until the flames died down, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. I zipped myself into the tent, pulled the sleeping bag up to my chin, and tried to think about mundane things: work, groceries, anything but the clearing. Somewhere in the dead of night, I woke up again. The footsteps were back. This time, they were closer. I didn't move, barely even breathed, straining to listen. The steps circled the tent slowly, crunching on the dry leaves and twigs. Once, twice. Then silence. And then, just when I thought it was over, something brushed against the side of the tent. A light, deliberate drag, like fingertips trailing across the fabric. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from making a sound. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to bolt, to tear out of the tent and run, but my legs wouldn't move. Minutes ticked by. The dragging stopped. The footsteps retreated into the trees. When dawn came, I stumbled out of the tent, heart still pounding, and found another rock pile. This one was closer, just a few feet from the tent, and this time there was something balanced on top of the rocks: my lantern. I don't remember packing. I just remember shoving everything into my backpack with shaking hands, not caring if I left things behind, and starting down the trail as fast as I could. The woods were dead quiet, unnervingly so, as if even the birds were holding their breath. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there among the trees, watching. Half a mile from the clearing, I stopped to catch my breath. That's when I heard it. A branch snapping, closer than it should have been. Then another. The deliberate crunch of footsteps behind me. I didn't look back. I ran. By the time I reached the dirt road and saw my car, my legs were shaking so hard I could barely stand. I threw my pack into the back seat, fumbled the keys into the ignition, and didn't stop driving until I was 2 towns over. I don't know what was out there. Maybe some unhinged person living off the grid. Maybe just some stranger passing through playing a sick joke. But sometimes, especially at night, when the house is quiet and every creak sounds too loud, I think about those rocks, about how careful, how deliberate they were, stacked just so, like a message I wasn't supposed to understand, and I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed just one more night. Story the end. I had always thought of the woods as peaceful. Growing up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, I spent most of my summers hiking, fishing, and camping. I knew the trails like the back of my hand, every tree stump and winding creek path memorized. So when I took a week off work last October, I figured a solo trip would be the perfect way to clear my head. Just me, a backpack, and the quiet. No cell service, no coworkers breathing down my neck, no city noise, just the sound of leaves crunching under my boots and the crisp autumn air filling my lungs. I left early on a Wednesday morning, my pack strapped tight and my tent secured to the bottom. My plan was simple. Hike about 10 miles into a remote section of the state forest, set up camp near the old fire tower, and spend 3 or 4 nights just relaxing, maybe writing in my journal. The first few hours were uneventful. The leaves were at their peak, bright bursts of orange and red blanketing the ground and clinging stubbornly to branches that shivered in the cold breeze. The air was quiet, except for the occasional bird call or rustle of a squirrel. By late afternoon, I'd made it to the fire tower. It was old, long abandoned, but it still stood tall over the tree line, its rusted metal frame groaning when the wind blew hard enough. I pitched my tent about 50 yards away, close enough to see the tower, but far enough that I wouldn't hear it creaking while I tried to sleep. The first night was calm. I sat by my little campfire, ate a simple dinner of instant noodles, and stared up at the sky as it darkened to a deep indigo, stars peppering the endless black canvas. There was no moon, so the darkness felt heavier than usual. I didn't mind. I liked the quiet. But that quiet didn't last. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. My first thought was that I'd heard something. A twig snapping or leaves rustling, But when I lay there holding my breath, all I heard was silence. The kind of silence that presses against your ears until you swear you can hear your own heartbeat. I told myself it was probably a deer passing by, or maybe just the forest settling for the night. I rolled over and tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was close. Watching. The next morning, I brushed it off as nerves. It had been a while since I camped out there alone, and maybe I just wasn't used to the isolation anymore. I made coffee, packed a day bag, and decided to hike deeper into the forest to a ridge about 3 miles away. It was a spot I loved, overlooking the river below, and I thought the view might settle me. The trail was narrow and littered with fallen branches. The deeper I went, the darker the woods became, the canopy thick enough to block out most of the light. About halfway there, I noticed something strange, a tree with deep gouges down its trunk, like something had clawed at it. The cuts were fresh, the pale wood underneath still damp. Bears weren't uncommon in the area, so I told myself that's what it was. But the marks looked wrong somehow, too narrow, too deep, too deliberate. I reached the ridge a little after noon, sat for a while, and ate my lunch. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cold water from the river below. It should have been relaxing, but the longer I sat there, the more unsettled I felt. It was quiet again, unnaturally so. No birds, no rustle of leaves, just stillness, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I didn't linger. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was low, and the shadows between the trees were long and thin. I made another fire, ate, and tried to read to keep my mind occupied. But when night fell, the feeling came back, like something just beyond the tree line was watching me. I kept glancing into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting through the trees, but I never saw anything. Then came the noise. It was close to midnight when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunching in the underbrush, moving just outside the circle of my firelight. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the sound, but the beam illuminated nothing but trees and brush. The footsteps stopped. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Who's there?" Nothing. The woods swallowed my voice, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the wind whispering through the leaves. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was an animal again, probably a deer, maybe even that bear. I doused the fire, zipped up my tent, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone or something standing just outside, waiting. The third day, I thought about packing up and heading back, but I didn't want to admit to myself that I was scared. I busied myself with chores, gathering wood, boiling water, cleaning my camp, but I couldn't shake the paranoia. Every twig snap made me flinch. Every shadow looked like it moved when I wasn't looking. By the time the sun set, my nerves were raw. I kept the fire going longer that night, feeding it until the flames were high, just to push the darkness back a little further. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The firelight flickered against the trees, creating shifting shapes in the dark. But then I realized one of those shapes wasn't moving like the others. It was still. Too still. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I pointed it toward the shape. For a split second, the beam caught something, pale, almost white like a face, before it disappeared behind a tree. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound made me jump. At one point, I swore I heard whispering, faint and low, carried by the wind. I told myself it was the trees, the branches creaking and bending, but deep down, I knew better. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I packed up my camp in record time, barely stopping to eat, and started the long hike back toward the trailhead. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but the trail behind me was empty. The first 5 miles were uneventful. The woods were quiet again, but this time it didn't feel peaceful. It felt heavy, oppressive, like the silence was pressing down on me, urging me to keep moving. I was less than 2 miles from the parking area when I heard it again. Those same deliberate footsteps, crunching through the underbrush just out of sight. I stopped dead, my breath hitching. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. The footsteps stopped. I stood there, my chest heaving, waiting for something to happen. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to keep walking, my pace quickening until I was practically jogging down the trail. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw my car parked at the edge of the gravel lot, I almost cried with relief. I threw my pack in the back seat, got in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the keys into the ignition. As I pulled out of the lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. For just a moment, I thought I saw something at the edge of the woods. A tall, thin figure standing perfectly still among the trees, watching me drive away. I haven't been back since. Even now, months later, I can still feel those eyes on me when I close mine at night. I tell myself it was just my imagination, the isolation getting to me. But deep down, I know I wasn't alone out there. Story the end. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. That was the whole point of the trip. No phone calls, no emails, no city noise blaring through thin apartment walls. Just me, the woods, and silence. I'd been working 60-hour weeks for months, and by the time it rolled around, I felt like my brain had been wrung out like a sponge. The cabin was something I'd found on an obscure rental site. It wasn't even technically a cabin, more like a glorified shed with electricity and plumbing. It sat on 10 acres of wooded property somewhere in northern Pennsylvania, close enough to civilization that I could get groceries in the nearest town, but remote enough that my phone lost service the moment I turned off the highway. The listing said perfect for solo retreats in bold letters, and at the time that sounded like exactly what I needed. I got there around 4 in the afternoon, the sun still high, the air warm but not suffocating. The gravel road leading to the cabin was barely wide enough for my car, and my tires crunched and skidded as I eased my way down. Tall pines crowded both sides of the path, their branches forming a canopy that swallowed the light. When I finally reached the clearing, the place looked even smaller than it had in the photos. It was a single-story wood-paneled structure with a front porch and a solitary rocking chair. I unloaded my bags, double-checked that I'd locked the car, and stood there for a moment, taking in the quiet. It was the kind of silence you don't get in the city, the kind that presses against your ears until you realize you're hearing nothing at all. No hum of traffic, no distant sirens, no upstairs neighbors stomping across hardwood floors, just the faint rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of some bird I couldn't name. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of pine and old wood. The interior was simple but cozy. A small kitchenette, a couch, a narrow bed tucked into the corner, and a tiny bathroom with a shower barely big enough to turn around in. There was a wood stove in case the nights got cold, though the forecast promised mild weather all weekend. I unpacked just enough to feel settled, then wandered outside with a bottle of water, letting my legs stretch after the drive. The property stretched far in every direction, with trails weaving through the dense forest. The owner had left a hand-drawn map on the kitchen counter, marking a few hiking routes and warning in capital letters not to stray too far unless I knew how to navigate back without GPS. I laughed at the note when I first read it. How hard could it be to follow a trail? By the time the sun began to set, the woods were bathed in golden light. I sat on the porch, watching shadows stretch long across the clearing, and for the first time in months I felt my shoulders loosen. There was no noise, no pressure, no one expecting anything from me, just me and the steady chirping of crickets as darkness slowly took over. The first night was uneventful. I cooked some pasta, read a few chapters of a book I'd been neglecting, and fell asleep to the sound of wind in the trees. It was peaceful. Too peaceful, maybe, because when I woke in the middle of the night to silence so deep it was almost oppressive, my heart kicked a little harder in my chest. But after a few minutes of lying there, staring at the faint outline of the ceiling, I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I decided to hike one of the shorter trails marked on the map, a loop that supposedly circled a small stream about a mile from the cabin. I packed a sandwich, a bottle of water, and my old camera, figuring I'd take a few pictures. The trailhead started just beyond the clearing, a narrow dirt path littered with pine needles. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. I kept telling myself that was normal, that forests are like that, but there was something about the way the sound seemed to vanish that set my teeth on edge. My footsteps were muffled, my breath loud in my own ears. At one point, I thought I heard movement behind me, a faint crunch like someone stepping carefully on leaves, but when I stopped and turned, the trail was empty. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a raccoon. I pressed on. The trail curved sharply around a cluster of thick trees, and that's when I noticed something strange. A pile of stones stacked neatly by the edge of the path. At first I thought it was just a cairn, hikers marking their way, but something about the symmetry of it unsettled me. The stones were different sizes, yet perfectly balanced, forming a shape that looked almost deliberate, like someone had taken time to make sure each rock was placed just right. I crouched to take a picture, but hesitated. My stomach knotted, and I couldn't explain why. The woods suddenly felt off, like they were holding their breath, waiting. I straightened quickly and kept walking. The stream, when I reached it, was little more than a trickle of water cutting through a bed of smooth stones. I ate my sandwich, snapped a few photos, and headed back, making sure to pick up my pace. I didn't see the pile of stones on the way out, and for a moment I thought maybe I'd taken the wrong trail, but then the cabin came into view, and I exhaled. That night, the unease lingered. I sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, staring into the tree line, convinced I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision. Once I thought I saw a figure just for a second between the trees, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. I locked the door before bed, feeling ridiculous for double-checking it twice, but when I woke up around 3 a.m., I could have sworn I heard something moving outside. Not an animal, something heavier. Slow, deliberate steps crunching in the gravel around the porch. I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped. For what felt like forever, there was nothing but silence. Then, faintly, the sound of something brushing against the siding, like a hand dragging along the wood. I stayed frozen in bed until exhaustion pulled me under again. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe a raccoon had wandered too close. But when I stepped outside, there were no tracks in the dirt, no disturbed gravel, nothing. I spent the day trying to shake the feeling. I read on the porch, walked the perimeter of the clearing, even started a small fire in the pit out back. But every so often I'd catch the faintest sound, a twig snapping, leaves rustling, and every time it came from just beyond where I could see. By the second night, I was on edge. I closed all the curtains, locked every door and window, and kept a flashlight by my bed. Around midnight, I woke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps again, this time circling the cabin, slow and steady. My pulse thudded in my ears as I sat up, straining to hear over the pounding in my chest. The steps stopped at the porch. Something creaked. The old wooden rocker moving just slightly, like someone had brushed past it. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat there in the dark, gripping the flashlight like a weapon until the sound faded, replaced by silence so deep it rang in my ears. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside, every muscle tense. The porch looked normal, except for one thing. A small pile of stones stacked neatly by the steps, identical to the one I'd seen on the trail. I didn't go hiking that day. I didn't leave the clearing at all. By the third night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Every rustle of the trees sent my heart into my throat. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, closer this time, almost deliberate in their pace. Then a faint knock against the porch railing. I sat there in the dark, staring at the front door, every instinct in my body screaming at me to run, but I couldn't make myself move. When dawn broke, there was another pile of stones. This time, it was on the porch itself, right by the door. I packed as fast as I could, shoving everything into my bags without caring how it fit. By the time I loaded the car, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the keys. I didn't look back as I drove down the narrow gravel path, branches scraping the sides of the car like fingers. When I finally reached the highway and my phone buzzed back to life, I let out a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. I never went back. Story the end. I parked my truck at the edge of the gravel lot just off Route 89, the early October air biting at my exposed skin. I'd been looking forward to this weekend for weeks, a solo trip deep into the Allegheny National Forest, far away from cell service, Wi-Fi, and the noise of the town I lived in. I was used to being alone in the woods. It had always been a kind of therapy for me, a way to shake off the stress of my job as a mechanic, the constant hum of city life. But this time, something felt different the moment I stepped out of my truck. The forest was silent in a way I wasn't accustomed to. Even in the deepest woods, there was usually some sound, a bird call, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the chatter of insects. But that day, the forest seemed to be holding its breath. I shrugged it off and hoisted my pack, loaded with 2 nights' worth of food, a lightweight tent, a sleeping bag, and a few essentials. The trailhead was only a half-mile away, but from the moment I hit the path, I could feel the isolation settle in like a weight. I moved along the trail at a steady pace, boots crunching over the carpet of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, scattering across moss-covered rocks and the occasional tree stump. It was beautiful, the kind of wilderness that made you feel small and insignificant, yet oddly connected to something bigger. I walked for about 3 miles before stopping at a small creek to refill my water bottle and rest. I sat on a fallen log, listening to the water burble over rocks, letting my mind drift. This was the part I loved most, just sitting, absorbing the quiet, letting the forest envelop me. After a short break, I continued along the trail, the path narrowing as it wound deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller and closer together, their branches intertwining to form a natural canopy that blocked much of the late afternoon sunlight. By the time I found a suitable clearing to set up camp, it was well past 4 o'clock. I picked a spot near a cluster of pines, a gentle slope leading down to a small stream. The ground was soft with layers of fallen needles, perfect for pitching my tent. As I worked to get my camp set up, I kept hearing small noises, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but I assumed it was deer or other small wildlife. By the time the tent was up and the fire was crackling, the sun had dipped low, casting the forest in an amber glow. I cooked a simple meal, sat back against a rock, and watched the flames. The forest around me looked tranquil, almost unreal in its serenity. Night came quickly. The stars were brilliant, unobscured by city lights, and I lay in my sleeping bag staring up at them for what felt like hours. That's when I first noticed it, a faint, irregular sound that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was a branch falling, or maybe an animal, but then I realized the pattern was too deliberate. A step, pause. Step, pause. Not random at all. I froze, listening. The sound circled the clearing, slow and steady, as if someone or something was walking just beyond the firelight. My heart rate spiked. I reached for my flashlight, trembling, and shined it into the darkness. Nothing. Just the trees, their gnarled shadows stretching across the forest floor. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a bear or a deer, but the slow, deliberate pacing didn't match anything I'd ever heard in the woods. I sat there, clutching the flashlight until the sound stopped. Minutes passed, the wind began to rustle the branches, and the forest seemed to exhale. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I crawled into the tent, leaving the zipper only slightly open so I could see the fire outside. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by the occasional crack of wood in the forest, the hair on the back of my neck standing up every time I thought I heard footsteps. Morning brought no relief. The forest felt different in the daylight, somehow more oppressive. I packed up camp quickly, eager to continue the loop trail I had planned. By late morning, I was hiking along a ridge overlooking a sprawling valley of trees. The view was breathtaking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every time I glanced behind me, I felt like someone or something was just beyond the line of sight, keeping pace but never revealing itself. By early afternoon, I found another small clearing to rest. I sat on a boulder, drinking water and nibbling on trail mix. That's when I noticed something unusual. Marks in the dirt. Not animal tracks. Not my own. Footprints, human in shape but too large to be mine. They led off the trail into the deeper woods, disappearing under a thicket. I felt a chill run through me. I wanted to follow them to see what I was dealing with, but instinct told me to stay put. I didn't see anyone, and no sound came from the underbrush, yet the unease stayed with me. I continued hiking, faster now, boots pounding the leaf-strewn trail. As the afternoon wore on, shadows lengthened, and the forest grew dimmer. I realized I was cutting it close to setting up a second camp before nightfall. I found a sheltered spot near a fallen tree and started gathering firewood, constantly scanning the edges of the clearing. When darkness fell, the forest seemed to close in around me. The fire provided a small circle of comfort, but beyond it, the trees were a wall of black. That's when I heard it again. The footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the clearing. Crunch, Pause. Crunch, pause. This time I didn't reach for the flashlight. My hands shook too violently. I lay flat on my stomach, listening, hoping that remaining silent would keep me safe. Minutes felt like hours. I heard a branch snap closer this time, the sound distinct against the soft background of the fire. My mind raced. Was it a lost hiker, a hunter, or something else entirely? I couldn't tell. I didn't dare move or call out. I barely breathed, listening as the footsteps eventually faded into the darkness. The tension didn't leave me, not even when I finally crawled into the tent and zipped it up tightly. Sleep didn't come. I stayed awake, eyes wide in the dark, straining to hear any hint of movement. Every so often, a rustle or a snap would send my heart racing. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. When the first light broke through the canopy, I emerged from the tent, scanning the clearing for signs of whatever had been there. Nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to indicate another human had been near. I rationalized it as paranoia, the mind playing tricks after a night of little sleep and heightened awareness. I packed up, eager to finish the loop and return to the safety of my truck. The trail led me deeper into the forest, over hills and across small streams. Every so often, I thought I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows shifting just beyond the trees, but when I turned, there was nothing. I kept moving, telling myself it was all in my head. By mid-afternoon, I reached a narrow gorge, the trail lined with steep cliffs and thick underbrush. I stepped carefully, watching my footing. That's when I heard it again, unmistakable this time, the crunch of boots on dirt. Not one set of steps, but multiple, approaching from behind. My stomach dropped. I picked up my pace, the sound matching mine, keeping pace exactly. I broke into a run, heart hammering, adrenaline surging. The sound persisted, close enough now that I could hear the slight rustle of clothing brushing against branches. Panic overtook rational thought. I ran without looking back, skidding down the trail, twisting and turning through the trees, the footsteps never faltering. Finally, the forest opened up to a small plateau, and in the distance, I saw my truck. Relief surged through me. I sprinted the last 100 yards, lungs burning, and threw open the driver's door. I didn't look back as I slammed the door, locked it, and started the engine. Tires screeched on gravel as I drove off, leaving the forest behind, though the feeling of being watched clung to me even as the trees faded from view. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment. Doors locked, lights on, and yet sleep refused me that night. Every time my eyelids drifted closed, I heard it. The crunch, pause, crunch. Sometimes outside, sometimes closer, as if someone had followed me home. I didn't return to the woods that fall, or the next. Months passed, but the memory stayed, vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Even now, when I drive past the edge of any forest, I can feel it. The unshakable presence of eyes watching, steps pacing just beyond sight. And I know, deep down, that some part of that forest, that presence, is still out there waiting. Story the end. It started as a weekend trip, nothing more than an attempt to get away from the monotony of city life. I was 28, had a steady office job in Chicago, and had convinced myself that a solo camping trip would somehow reset the humdrum rhythm of my life. My plan was simple. Drive out to the Shawnee National Forest in southern Illinois, spend 2 nights in the solitude of the woods, and return Sunday evening. I had mapped it out meticulously, noting trailheads, water sources, and even a few off-the-beaten-path spots that seemed secluded enough to promise the isolation I was craving. I thought I was prepared. I thought I knew what solitude meant. I had no idea. The drive down was uneventful, the sun cutting through early morning clouds as I passed endless rows of cornfields stretching toward the horizon. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, the roads narrowed, the asphalt giving way to dirt and gravel. I parked my older, dented Subaru at the trailhead, double-checked that I had everything: tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water for 2 days, first aid kit, flashlight, the usual outdoor essentials. The air smelled different here, earthy and damp, with a faint hint of pine that felt almost sweet. There were a few other cars in the lot, day hikers, I assumed, but I ignored them, eager to disappear into the trees. The forest swallowed me almost immediately. The trail was well marked at first, lined with thick ferns and twisted oak branches overhead. The further I walked, the denser it became. Birds called intermittently, a crow here, a woodpecker there, but otherwise the woods were quiet in a way that made me tense, like the calm before a storm. I reminded myself that this was what I wanted, this silence, this isolation. My steps crunched on the leaf-strewn path, the sound oddly loud in the stillness. Every few minutes I would pause to look around, taking in the towering trees and the filtered light, feeling a thrill that had nothing to do with nature and everything to do with the fact that I was alone. Truly alone. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing that seemed perfect for setting up camp. It was far enough from the trail that I wouldn't be disturbed, yet there was a small stream nearby for water. I pitched my tent quickly, the familiar motions giving me a false sense of control. Once it was set up, I collected firewood and started a small campfire. The first night was calm, almost idyllic. I ate a simple meal of canned beans and bread, watched the flames flicker, and let the silence sink into me. That night, I slept soundly, or at least I thought I did. Around 3 a.m., I woke with a start. There was a noise outside the tent, subtle at first, almost like a whispering, but the kind of whispering that didn't make sense. My heart slammed in my chest. I froze, listening. The sound came again, closer this time, almost deliberate, like someone moving through the underbrush. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the darkness, and shone it outside. Nothing. Just the shadowy outlines of trees swaying gently in the wind. I told myself it was probably an animal, raccoons or deer, maybe even the wind itself, but my stomach knotted in fear. I turned over, trying to convince myself to sleep, but the image of the darkened woods beyond the tent lingered, oppressive and heavy. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. I had coffee, hiked a little, and even took photos, pretending the day before had been perfect. But as the afternoon approached, the forest began to feel different. There was a tension in the air, subtle but palpable, like the trees themselves were watching me. I chalked it up to paranoia, but deep down, a small voice whispered that something wasn't right. I decided to explore a little further, following a narrow trail that led uphill into denser woods. The sunlight was fading faster than it should have, casting long, dark shadows that twisted and moved as I walked. I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but whenever I turned, there was nothing there. My phone had spotty service, but I still had enough signal to check the map. That's when I noticed something strange. The trail I thought I was following didn't appear on the GPS. I stopped, trying to retrace my steps in my mind, but the forest looked unfamiliar. Every tree seemed slightly different, the ground uneven, the path fading into overgrowth. Panic started to creep in. I wasn't sure where I was anymore. I turned to go back the way I thought I came, but the forest had a way of twisting, the same trees appearing again and again, henshei, as if the woods themselves had shifted while I wasn't looking. That's when I first heard it. A soft, low humming. It wasn't human, or at least it didn't sound like anything I recognized. It was deep and rhythmic, almost like chanting, and it seemed to come from all around me. My pulse quickened. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small and insignificant, swallowed by the towering trees. There was no response, just the humming, persistent, growing slightly louder. I walked faster, heart pounding, trying to find the trail. The humming would pause whenever I moved, then start again as soon as I stopped. I kept moving until I stumbled into another clearing. In the middle, there was a tree that was completely stripped of bark in a spiral pattern, as if something had carved into it. The air smelled acrid, like burned wood, and I noticed small pieces of ash scattered at the base. I felt a wave of nausea. The humming had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that made my ears ring. I wanted to turn back to leave the forest immediately, but I had no idea which way was out. As evening approached, I forced myself to move in what I thought was the right direction. The sun was low, casting long shadows that made every movement seem like it belonged to something alive, something watching. That's when I saw him, or thought I did. Between two trees, I caught a glimpse of a man standing perfectly still. He was tall, thin, wearing dark clothes that blended with the shadows. My first instinct was to call out, but something in the way he stood made my voice die in my throat. He didn't move. He didn't blink. I couldn't even see his face. I turned quickly, trying to get away, but when I looked again, he was gone. Night fell faster than I expected. I tried to retrace my steps back to my camp, but everything looked alien. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, carrying faint or whispering voices that I couldn't understand. My flashlight's beam cut through the darkness, illuminating patches of the forest floor, but nothing else. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling around me. I spun, shining the light in every direction. Nothing. Then I heard it again, just behind me, too close. I ran, tripping over roots, my heart hammering, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I thought I recognized a familiar tree, one near my campsite. But when I got there, the tent was gone. My fire was out. It was like I had never been there. I tried to call 911, but my phone was dead. I had no water, no food, and no idea which direction led out of the forest. I wandered blindly, the darkness pressing in until I stumbled across the tree with the spiral bark again. Only this time it wasn't alone. There were more trees, all stripped in the same unnatural way, forming a circle. In the middle, there was a small pile of ash and bones. I didn't look closely enough to identify them, but I knew instinctively that they weren't animal. The humming returned, louder this time, a chorus of voices rising and falling in a rhythm that made my teeth ache. I ran again, deeper into the woods, the feeling of being followed inescapable. I spent the night hiding under thick brush, trying not to breathe too loudly, listening to the forest around me. The humming would stop whenever I tried to focus, replaced by the sound of footsteps pacing in the distance. I saw shadows move between the trees, fleeting glimpses that vanished when I looked directly. I thought I was hallucinating. I hoped I was. By morning, I was delirious with exhaustion. I moved cautiously, following what little light there was, praying to find the trailhead. That's when I heard a voice, clear, calm, almost friendly. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. It wasn't shouting. It wasn't threatening. Just a calm, matter-of-fact statement. I spun around, but no one was there. I ran again, moving blindly until the trees began to thin. Eventually, I broke through the tree line and stumbled onto a logging road I had marked on my map. I collapsed, panting, looking back at the dense forest that had swallowed me whole. I flagged down a passing trucker, barely able to speak, and he called the authorities for me. They found my car parked at the trailhead, untouched, just like I left it. But they found no sign of my campsite, no sign of the strange trees, no spiral bark, no ash piles, nothing at all to suggest that anything unusual had happened, except for the lingering sense of wrongness that clung to me, that refused to leave even weeks later. I never went back. I never told anyone what I saw. Most people would call it a hallucination, a panic-induced nightmare. But I know what I experienced. I know what I heard. The forest isn't just trees and streams. It's something older, something patient, something that waits for the right moment to make you disappear. I still dream about it sometimes. The spiral trees, the ash, the man, or whatever he was, standing perfectly still in the shadows. And I know without a doubt that it's still out there, waiting for someone else to wander in alone. Story the end. I grew up in northern Michigan, in a small town that bordered nothing but miles of forest and scattered lakes. My parents weren't particularly outdoorsy, but my older brother, Tyler, and I were. By the time I was 16, we were practically living in the woods. We'd spend weekends fishing, hiking, or camping, and sometimes we'd get lost in the woods for hours, but we always had each other. Tyler had a kind of instinct for the wilderness. He could read the trees, know which way a trail led, or even find his way home by the moss on a log. I followed his lead, trusting him without question. After Tyler left for college, I started to feel this itch, a need to be back in the woods alone, to test myself without anyone around. One weekend in late September, when the air had that sharp autumn bite and the forest was alive with the smell of wet leaves and pine, I decided to take a solo trip. I packed a small tent, a sleeping bag, some food, a water filter, and a knife, and drove about an hour north of town to a remote trailhead I had been into once as a kid. It was far enough that I wouldn't see another person, far enough that the nearest road would take at least 2 hours to walk to. The hike in was longer than I expected. The trail narrowed quickly, becoming more of a deer path than a real trail. The map said it should have been about 3 miles, but by the time I reached a clearing I thought would be perfect for camping, the sun was low. The clearing wasn't much, just a flat patch surrounded by pines and oaks, but it would work. I set up the tent, built a small fire, and started a simple meal of canned beans and bread. The forest was quiet, almost eerily so, but beautiful in the late afternoon light. As the sun dipped completely, I started to notice small things. Branches snapping, leaves rustling just beyond the clearing. At first, I told myself it was wildlife. Raccoons, deer, maybe a coyote. But the sounds were deliberate, calculated, like something was moving around the edges, watching. My skin prickled, but I told myself I was imagining it. The forest has that effect, makes you feel like you're not alone, even when you are. Night fell fast. I crawled into my tent trying to block out the sounds, but I couldn't sleep. About an hour in, I heard it. The sound of leaves crunching softly, slowly, coming from the edge of the clearing. Whoever it was wasn't running or panicked. They were moving deliberately, slowly circling the clearing. My heart thumped in my chest. I had a knife, but I hadn't packed any bear spray or anything more defensive. I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent. My mind raced. Could it be another hiker? A hunter? My stomach sank. There was no trail nearby that anyone should have been using. Then I heard the faintest sound, a whisper, almost like a laugh, a childish laugh, high-pitched, fleeting. My hands shook as I gripped the knife. After what felt like hours, the footsteps retreated. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Morning came. I unzipped the tent cautiously, peering out. The clearing looked the same, except for footprints. Barefoot, small, but circling my campsite in a pattern that suggested someone had been standing in each corner for a while. I froze. These prints weren't animal tracks. They were human, but the size didn't make sense. Like they belonged to a child, but they were heavy, as if someone far larger had been stepping there. I considered leaving immediately, but I convinced myself it could have been a prank. Kids from town, maybe. Or maybe someone was just lost. I spent the day hiking further, trying to shake the unease, and when I returned to camp that night, nothing had changed. But the forest felt heavier, like it was holding its breath. Night 2 was worse. I stayed awake by the fire, the knife across my lap, listening to the forest. I could hear soft footsteps again, now closer, circling the clearing. I could even make out shapes moving between the trees in the firelight. Shadows too big for deer, too fast to be raccoons. The shapes paused. I could feel eyes on me. Then I heard a voice whispering my name, not just once, but several times, soft, pleading, almost mournful. "Alex? Alex!" I jumped up, flashlight in hand, shining it across the clearing, but there was nothing. My pulse raced. I wanted to run, but my tent and gear were in the way. The whispers continued, circling me. Then the giggling started. Childlike, mocking, echoing from all directions. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My voice felt trapped in my throat. Eventually the sounds faded. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed awake, leaning against a tree, eyes wide open, gripping the knife until my fingers cramped. By morning I had decided I was leaving. Now. I packed quickly, hardly eating, and started down the path. But the forest felt wrong. The trail I had followed yesterday seemed different, twisted, unfamiliar. Trees were in places I didn't remember. The sun seemed angled strangely, and shadows moved where there shouldn't have been any. About an hour into the hike, I heard something behind me, branches snapping, slow steps. I turned, shining the flashlight, but nothing. Still, I could feel it. Someone following me, keeping pace without overtaking me. I increased my speed, breaking into a jog, and the sound matched me stride for stride. Panic set in. I ran, tripping over roots, tearing my pants on branches, but the footsteps didn't stop. They just kept moving, soft, deliberate. I could hear breathing now. Not my own, someone else's, shallow, close, synchronized with my panic. I stumbled into a small clearing, gasping for air. That's when I saw it. A figure, half hidden behind a tree. It was small, hunched, pale, with matted hair hanging over its face. I froze, heart pounding so violently I thought I'd pass out. It didn't move, didn't blink. Then it tilted its head, staring directly at me. I ran. The next hour is a blur. I ran through the forest, cutting across streams that, crawling under fallen trees, trying to get back to the truck. Every time I slowed, I could hear it. The footsteps, the whispering, the giggling, keeping pace, always just at the edge of hearing. Finally, I stumbled onto the main trail, breathless, tears streaming, hands bleeding from branches. I didn't stop until I reached my truck. I jumped in, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. Weeks later, I went back to town and told some friends what happened. They laughed, said I probably imagined it, that the forest can play tricks on you. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Months have passed. I haven't gone back into the woods alone since. Sometimes at night, I hear whispers outside my window, soft, childlike, giggling, and I wonder if it followed me out of the forest, waiting for the next time I'm alone. Even now, I still dream about it. The pale figure, the whispered name, the footsteps circling me in the darkness. I try not to think about it, try to convince myself it's memory, fear, imagination, but every time the wind rustles the trees outside my house, I feel it again. Watching, waiting, story the end. I'd been meaning to take that trip for months. After a brutal stretch at work and too many nights falling asleep to the glow of my laptop, I just wanted quiet, real quiet. The kind you can only get when you're completely alone, away from traffic, neighbors, and the hum of streetlights. So I packed up my truck and headed to the woods in northern Pennsylvania, to a little patch of land my grandfather left me years ago. There was no house there, just a narrow dirt clearing where you could pitch a tent and a fire ring made of stones we'd stacked together decades ago. I left early on a Thursday morning, the truck bed full of gear. A heavy-duty tent, my old sleeping bag, a camp stove, 2 jugs of water, and a cooler packed with enough food and beer for 4 days. The drive up was peaceful, nothing but long stretches of empty highway and the kind of cool autumn air that carried the smell of wet leaves and pine. By the time I turned off the paved road and onto the trail, my cell service was gone. I've never minded being disconnected. That was the point of the trip. No texts, no emails, no buzzing reminders. Just me, the trees, and enough solitude to make my brain feel still again. The sun was sinking low by the time I parked at the edge of the clearing. The woods looked almost unreal in the late light, the reds and oranges so bright they looked painted on. I got to work setting up camp before dark. The tent went up fast, muscle memory guiding me through each step. Once my sleeping bag was rolled out inside, I gathered kindling for a fire and got a small blaze going in the ring. By the time I cracked my first beer, the temperature had dipped enough that the heat from the flames felt like a blanket. The first night was calm. I cooked a can of chili on the camp stove, drank 2 more beers, and watched the fire die down until I couldn't keep my eyes open. The woods were silent, almost too silent, but I chalked it up to how deep I was. No highway noise, no barking dogs, no planes overhead, just stillness. I slept well until sometime after midnight, when a noise woke me up. It was subtle, soft, almost like footsteps, but too faint to be sure. I froze in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. The woods around me were dark as pitch, no moonlight breaking through the thick canopy. My ears picked up every sound. The whisper of leaves shifting in the breeze, the snap of a distant branch, something rustling in the brush maybe 20 feet away. I told myself it was an animal. A deer, maybe. Or a raccoon nosing around my cooler. Still, I grabbed the flashlight from beside my pillow and shined it out through the mesh of the tent. The beam cut through the darkness in a narrow cone, but I didn't see anything, just trees and shadow. Eventually I lay back down, though my heart kept thudding against my ribs for a long time before sleep found me again. The next morning I chalked it up to nerves. I've camped alone plenty of times, but there's always that first night tension when every sound feels sharper, closer. I made coffee over the camp stove and sat on a fallen log, watching the mist burn off the ground as the sun climbed higher. I spent the day hiking, following one of the unmarked deer trails that wound deeper into the forest. The woods up there were thick, so dense in places that you could only see a few feet ahead. I didn't see another soul all day. When I got back to camp around late afternoon, the sky was already dimming, the light disappearing faster than it did in the city. I built another fire, cooked some instant noodles, and sat there in the orange glow until the chills set in again. I thought about packing up in the morning and heading home a day early, not because anything was wrong, but because I realized how strange it felt to be that far removed. The quiet that I'd been craving was starting to feel heavy, pressing against me in a way that made me restless. That night, the noise came again. It started around 2 a.m, sharp enough to drag me out of a dream. This time, it wasn't just rustling. It was clear, deliberate movement. Footsteps. I sat up in my sleeping bag, every nerve on edge, and listened. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Something was walking just beyond the perimeter of the clearing, slow and steady, circling. I held my breath and reached for the flashlight again, but my hand was shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. I clicked it on, sweeping the beam through the trees. Nothing. The footsteps stopped. I waited, my ears straining for the slightest sound, but the woods went silent again. Too silent. No crickets, no rustle of wind through the leaves. Just a thick, suffocating stillness. I don't know how long I sat there, clutching the flashlight and staring at the tent wall, but eventually I must have drifted off again because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the mesh and the forest was alive with birdsong. I told myself it had to have been an animal. Maybe a coyote, maybe a stray hiker, though that seemed impossible given how far off trail I was. I tried to shake it off as I made breakfast, but a knot of unease settled in my stomach that I couldn't get rid of. By late afternoon, the clouds rolled in, thick and gray, and the temperature dropped fast. I added more wood to the fire and decided to call it an early night. I zipped myself into the tent, the fabric walls suddenly feeling paper thin, and tried to read by the light of my lantern, anything to keep my mind busy. It didn't help. Sometime after midnight, the sound came again. Louder this time. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, crunching the leaves just outside the tent. A branch snapped, closer than before, and then nothing. No retreat. No fading. Just gone. I sat frozen, barely breathing, the lantern casting a weak glow that didn't reach the corners of the tent. My hand hovered over my knife, though I knew if it came down to it, that little blade wouldn't do much. Then, from somewhere in the woods, maybe 30 or 40 feet away, came a sound that turned my blood cold. A whistle. High-pitched, slow, and deliberate. Not a bird. Not the wind. A human whistle. I don't remember sleeping at all that night. I stayed awake, rigid and still, until the sky began to pale and the first birds started to stir. As soon as there was enough light, I packed up camp with shaking hands, every rustle in the brush making my head snap up. I loaded the truck faster than I thought possible and tore out of there, tires spitting gravel. My rearview mirror showed nothing but the trail disappearing behind me, but the entire drive back, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd waited a little too long to leave. Even now, weeks later, I can still hear that whistle. Story the end. It started as an ordinary weekend trip, the kind of thing I used to take for granted before I realized how quickly a peaceful escape could turn into a nightmare. I was 29, a little burnt out from my job in IT, craving solitude, and the Appalachian Mountains seemed like the perfect place to disappear for a couple of days. I had driven from Atlanta early Friday morning, a thermos of coffee in the cup holder, the sun barely cresting over the horizon. The road was empty, stretching into the mist that hugged the mountains, and for the first time in weeks, I felt my shoulders unclench, my breathing slow. I had rented a small cabin about 10 miles off the main highway, accessible only by a dirt road that wound between towering pines and oaks. The GPS insisted I was off-grid, and indeed, the closer I got, the less I saw signs of human life. No mailboxes, no other cabins, just the endless green and the occasional flash of wildlife. My plan was simple: spend 2 nights, hike a few trails, drink coffee, read, and get some real sleep. By noon, I had arrived at the cabin. It was small, unassuming, and smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. The owner had left a key in a lockbox and a note, "Welcome. Don't mind the creaks, the cabin's old but sturdy. Enjoy your stay." I unpacked, stretched, and then decided to take the main trail that started behind the cabin. The first mile of the trail was beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns on the ground that shifted as the branches swayed. Birds called overhead, squirrels darted across my path, and the occasional deer peeked out from between the trees. I felt serene, almost elated at the quiet, the isolation. But as I went deeper, the trail narrowed. Roots twisted across the path, patches of mud slowed my pace, and the forest's natural sounds seemed to shrink until only the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional snap of a twig accompanied me. After about 2 miles, I stopped at a small stream. The water was cold and clear, tumbling over mossy rocks. I knelt to fill my water bottle and noticed something that made me pause. A set of footprints along the muddy bank, human, barefoot, moving parallel to the trail. They didn't appear fresh, but I couldn't shake the unease that rippled through me. I called out, "Hello?" But the woods offered no reply except the babble of the stream. I shook my head and kept moving, telling myself someone had passed by earlier in the day. The trail became steeper, more rugged. By mid-afternoon, clouds were gathering overhead, blotting out the sun. A faint chill ran through the trees, and I found myself pulling my jacket tighter. Then I heard it. A sound I can't fully describe. Not quite a whisper, not quite a rustle, but something between the two, coming from just off the trail, maybe 30 feet into the underbrush. I froze. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. No answer. The sound stopped. My heartbeat accelerated. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe the wind through the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I quickened my pace, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. It wasn't long before I came to a fork in the trail. One path continued straight uphill into the denser part of the forest. The other veered left, following a small ridge toward a cliff that overlooked the valley below. I chose the ridge path, thinking it would give me a better view and possibly a way back to the cabin if I got turned around. The trail was rough, overgrown in places, and I had to duck under low branches. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a bird take flight, the wings making a sharp, sudden sound that made me flinch. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the forest darkened faster than I expected. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and the underbrush seemed to close in around me. My flashlight was in my backpack, but I resisted pulling it out. I wanted to trust my eyes, wanted to feel like I was still in control. That was a mistake. By the time the ridge leveled out, the forest was a dark, suffocating mass. The wind had picked up, rattling leaves and sending twigs snapping to the ground. That's when I saw it, a figure at the edge of my flashlight's faint glow, just standing there among the trees. At first, I thought it was another hiker, but the way it was still, the way it seemed to blend into the shadows, made me stop cold. I couldn't see a face, couldn't make out any distinct features. "Hey, are you okay?" My voice cracked, but the figure didn't move. It didn't respond. And then it tilted its head in a way that didn't feel human, and I realized that I had made a mistake just by being there, just by seeing it. I turned and started running, stumbling over roots, my hands scraping along the rough bark of trees. Behind me, I could hear it moving, silently, faster than I should have thought possible. Panic took over. I ran blindly, not caring about direction, not caring about falling. The trail seemed endless, twisting, turning, swallowing me deeper into the dark. I tripped, landed hard, and for a brief moment I thought I had lost it, but then I heard the whispering again, soft, unintelligible, all around me. It wasn't a voice. Not really. More like a thought brushing against my mind, invasive and chilling. I stumbled into a small clearing, and that's when I saw the cabin again, faintly, through the trees. Relief surged, but it was quickly replaced by dread. The figure was closer now, gliding toward me from the shadows. I sprinted the final stretch, my chest burning, my legs screaming, and slammed the cabin door behind me. My hands shook as I locked it. Inside, the cabin was quiet, but not comforting. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind rattling the windows sounded amplified in the silence. I grabbed a kitchen knife, my only weapon, and pressed myself against the wall, listening. The whispering was outside, circling, sometimes pausing, sometimes getting louder, always just beyond the window. I realized I was trapped alone with something patient and intelligent outside my door. Night fell fully, and the darkness pressed against the cabin's windows. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a hunter, maybe a hiker, maybe even an animal, but none of it made sense. Its movements were deliberate, almost human, yet nothing about it felt human. Every few minutes, I would hear a branch snap too close, or the faint dragging of feet that didn't match any animal I had ever known. I tried calling my friends, but the phone had no signal. The flashlight flickered, then died. The room was bathed in the dim glow of the cabin's small stove, and I sat there, knife in hand, listening to the world outside breathe and shift around me. Hours passed, minutes, maybe. Time lost meaning. The whispering never fully stopped. It was patient, unrelenting, as if it knew I couldn't leave, as if it enjoyed the waiting. At some point, I dozed off, briefly, only to wake to the sound of scratching at the door. My heart leapt into my throat. I gripped the knife tighter. The scratches stopped as suddenly as they started. I strained my eyes against the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. I wanted to scream, to call out, but I felt frozen, paralyzed by fear. Morning came slowly. The first rays of sunlight pierced the trees and illuminated the cabin. The whispering had stopped. The figure was gone. I didn't wait. I packed quickly, not bothering with my bag, and ran down the trail to my car, keeping my eyes on every shadow, listening to every crack of a branch. When I finally reached the main road, I collapsed into the driver's seat, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't look back. I drove straight back to Atlanta, refusing to stop, refusing to think about what I had seen. Friends asked me about the trip. I lied, said it was peaceful, that I had enjoyed the solitude. But I know the truth. Something was in those woods, something that shouldn't exist, something that can move without a sound, that can watch without being seen, that can whisper into your mind. Since then, when you are alone, since then I avoid the woods entirely. I don't camp, I don't hike, I don't even take walks at night. Sometimes, though, when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear faint sounds outside my window. Just a whisper, just the faintest scratch, and I feel the same cold dread, the same creeping fear that told me then and still tells me now that some things are not meant to be found. I've never told anyone the full story. I can't. Most would dismiss it as a hallucination, a product of fear and isolation. But I know what I experienced, I know what followed me, and I know that if I ever set foot in those woods again, it will be waiting, patient, silent, watching. The memory of that night lingers like a shadow over every quiet place I find myself. I hear whispers in the wind, shadows in the corner of my vision, and I can feel that presence, patient, intelligent, waiting for me to make a mistake. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see it at the edge of the trees. I feel its gaze, I hear its whisper, and I know that I will never truly escape it, because once it knows you, it never forgets. I keep my doors locked at night. I check my windows. I don't go out after dark. Every sound outside makes my skin crawl. Every branch that snaps makes me jump. And though I tell myself it's just the wind, I know better. I know it's still out there, somewhere, watching, patient, waiting. I've tried to forget. I've tried to move past it. But no matter where I go, no matter how many city streets separate me from those mountains, the fear follows. The whispering follows. The presence follows. And I know that one day, if I ever return to those woods, it will be there, waiting exactly as it was that night, and I will have no choice but to run, or worse. I don't tell people this story. I don't write it down, but I need to in some way, because keeping it inside is unbearable. It's the kind of fear that doesn't leave you, that doesn't fade with daylight or distance. It's the kind of fear that changes you, that makes you question everything you thought was real. And I know, deep down, that I will never be able to step into the forest again. Not that forest, not anywhere near it, because the thing I encountered there is not like us. It's patient, it's intelligent, it doesn't sleep, it waits, and it remembers. I've tried to convince myself it was an isolated incident, a trick of the mind, but I know the truth. I felt it then, and I feel it now, and I will always feel it. The woods are not safe. The quiet is not comforting. Shadows have eyes. Whispers have meaning. And sometimes, if you are very unlucky, very isolated, very alone, you will find yourself face to face with something you cannot understand, something that doesn't belong, something that will watch you long after you are gone. Story the end. I'd been hiking alone for years, and I'd never had a reason to feel uneasy about it. I grew up in the northern part of Pennsylvania, where the forests stretched endlessly in every direction. My father taught me how to track deer before I was even 12, how to tell when the weather would turn by the way the birds quieted or the wind shifted, and how to follow a creek if I ever got turned around. By the time I hit 30, solo camping trips were second nature to me. I always kept my pack light, stuck to my safety checklist, and never once considered that anything truly bad could happen as long as I respected the wilderness. That trip in late October changed everything. I'd been working 60-hour weeks at the shop, and my head was a mess from the noise of it all. Customers, phones, machinery running nonstop. I needed a break. So I threw my tent, sleeping bag, food, and rifle in the truck, filled up the tank, and headed out before the sun came up. My plan was simple. 3 nights in the Allegheny National Forest, away from everything. Just me, the cold air, and enough silence to make my bones stop humming. The trail I picked wasn't one most people bothered with that time of year. It was a narrow, winding path about 8 miles in, leading to a secluded clearing near a bend in the creek. No marked campsites, No weekend hikers looking for photo ops. Just a spot I'd found years back while scouting for hunting season, one I'd used a handful of times when I wanted to disappear. The first day was perfect. The leaves were mostly down, carpeting the ground in orange and brown, and the air had that crisp edge that meant winter was creeping closer. I parked my truck off a gravel service road, shouldered my pack, and started in. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was already low, bleeding through the trees in thin orange lines. I set up camp in my usual spot, a flat patch near the creek, pitched my small tent, and built a fire just big enough for cooking. The quiet hit me the way it always did out there, sharp and clean. No hum of traffic, no voices, just the gurgle of the creek and the occasional rustle of wind through bare branches. I ate dinner, stoked the fire, and sat until the flames burned low, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. There was no moon that night, just a thick spread of stars overhead. It wasn't until sometime after midnight that I woke up. At first, I didn't know what pulled me out of sleep. I lay still in my sleeping bag, ears straining, heart beating a little too fast. The forest around me was dead silent, that heavy, unnatural silence that makes your skin prickle. Usually there's always some sound at night. Crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, even the rustle of some animal in the underbrush. But that night, nothing. Then I heard it. A crunch. Just one, like a footstep. I froze, barely breathing. My tent was small, thin nylon that wouldn't stop anything, or anyone, from tearing it open. I reached slowly for the rifle beside me, fingers brushing cold metal, and listened. Another crunch, this time closer, deliberate. Probably a deer, I whispered to myself, but the words felt thin in the dark. Deer don't move like that. Not one step at a time, pausing like they're waiting for you to notice. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, staring at the faint silhouette of the tent wall while my ears strained for another sound. But nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion must have dragged me back under, because the next thing I knew, light was creeping through the trees and the cold morning air was biting my nose. I tried to shake it off over coffee, told myself I'd just been on edge, that I wasn't used to the deep quiet after weeks of constant noise. It was fine. I was fine. Day 2 was calm, almost peaceful. I spent the morning hiking further along the creek, following the bend until I found a patch of still water where I could see trout flashing under the surface. I sat there for a while, breathing in the damp smell of moss and wet leaves, and for a few hours I felt like myself again. It wasn't until I got back to camp around dusk that I noticed the first thing out of place. I always keep my gear organized. It's a habit drilled into me from years of hunting trips. Everything has its spot, so you don't lose something important when you need it. But when I got back to the clearing, the flap of my tent was unzipped. Not all the way, just enough that the wind could have moved it if the wind had been blowing, which it wasn't. I stopped dead, every muscle locking tight, eyes scanning the tree line. Hello? My voice cracked slightly, and I hated the way it sounded, small and uncertain. No answer. I moved slowly, rifle in hand, checking the ground for prints. The carpet of damp leaves made it hard to tell, but near the tent, just near the tent, there were impressions that didn't look like mine. Not boots, not quite bare feet either. The shape was wrong. Narrow, long, but not deep enough to make sense in the soft earth. I told myself it was nothing. An animal, maybe. Raccoons are clever, I reasoned. They'll paw at zippers if they smell food. I zipped the tent back up, made sure my rifle was within reach, and got a fire going before dark swallowed the clearing. That night, the woods were quiet again. Too quiet. I stayed up later than I should have, staring into the fire, jumping at every small sound until the flames died down to glowing embers. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, I kept the rifle across my chest, finger resting just outside the trigger guard. At some point, I drifted off. And then, crunch. This time it wasn't one step, it was several. Slow, deliberate, circling. My pulse slammed in my ears as I sat frozen in the dark, trying to control my breathing. The footsteps stopped just outside the thin wall of my tent, close enough that I could hear the faint shift of weight on wet leaves. I thought about shouting, about ripping open the flap and aiming the rifle into the night. But something in me, some deep animal part, told me to stay still. Stay silent. Minutes dragged by like hours. Then, just as suddenly as they'd come, the footsteps faded, moving away, swallowed by the trees. I didn't sleep again until the sun rose. When morning came, I packed up camp fast. My hands shook as I rolled my bag, stuffed my gear, and doused the fire. I told myself I was just being smart. Better to head out a day early than risk running into some lunatic squatting in the woods. But when I stepped into the clearing to take one last look around, my stomach dropped. There, in the dirt by the creek, was a single print. Clearer this time. Human. Barefoot. And next to it, carved into the damp earth with something sharp, were two words, jagged and uneven. Stay tonight. My blood turned to ice. I didn't think. I just ran. The trail felt longer than it ever had before, every snapped twig behind me sending panic crawling up my spine. I didn't stop, didn't look back, not until the trees thinned and I saw the faint glint of my truck through the brush. When I slammed the door shut and locked it, I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice before jamming them into the ignition. Gravel sprayed behind me as I tore out of there, heart hammering against my ribs the entire way back to the highway. I don't know what was out there. I tell myself it was just some messed up drifter, some hermit playing games. But sometimes late at night, I'll wake up with that same heavy, quiet pressing against my ears. The memory of those slow, deliberate footsteps circling in the dark, and I know, deep down, that whatever it was out there in those woods hadn't wanted me to leave. And maybe next time, I wouldn't. Story the end. I'd been talking about doing it for months, maybe even years if I'm honest, but I never had the courage to just pack up and go until that weekend. The idea of being completely alone in the woods had always pulled at me, like some quiet promise that I'd find peace out there, away from my phone, away from work, away from people altogether. It was early October, the air finally cool after months of brutal summer heat, and the leaves had just started to turn. I remember standing in my small apartment in Nashville, staring at the backpack I'd spent all week filling and thinking, this is it. You finally have no excuse not to go. I left on a Friday morning. The drive out to the Cherokee National Forest took just over 3 hours, and by the time I was winding along the 2-lane road that led deeper into the hills, the cell service had already faded out completely. It was exactly what I wanted. No calls, no emails, just me and the road. The GPS on my froze before I even reached the turnoff for the old service road I'd planned to take, but I'd studied the map enough times that I didn't feel lost. The service road was nothing but gravel and potholes, surrounded by trees that looked like they'd been standing there for 100 years. The deeper I drove, the quieter it got. No distant sounds of traffic, no planes overhead, nothing but the hum of my engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. I parked where the road ended in a small clearing and slung my pack over my shoulders. It was heavier than I expected, but I told myself it was fine. I was just staying for 2 nights. I had food, water, my small tent, and a lightweight sleeping bag. I checked my watch as I started down the narrow trail that cut through the trees. It was barely past noon. Plenty of time to hike in, set up camp, and maybe even start a small fire before the sun went down. The trail wound deeper and deeper into the woods, climbing gradually until the sound of the road was completely gone. The air smelled damp and earthy, and every so often I'd hear the distant rush of water from the creek I knew ran parallel to the trail. I was sweating by the time I found the spot I'd marked on the map. A flat little clearing about 1.5 miles in, surrounded by thick trees on 3 sides, with just enough of a break in the canopy to let in a bit of sunlight. It felt perfect. Quiet, isolated, safe. I pitched the tent first, then unrolled my sleeping bag inside before gathering some wood from the surrounding area for a fire. It was routine, easy, and I felt proud of myself for how quickly I settled in. By the time the sun started to sink lower, painting the trees with long shadows, I had a small fire going and was sitting cross-legged in front of it, sipping on coffee from my camping stove. That first night was uneventful. I sat by the fire until it burned down to embers, staring up at the canopy of stars overhead and listening to the sounds of the forest. Crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. It wasn't until I lay down in my sleeping bag that I realized how loud the silence could be. Every creak of a tree, every snap of a branch made me freeze for a second, my mind scrambling for logical explanations. But nothing happened, and eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. The second day started beautifully. I woke early, built another fire for coffee, and spent the morning hiking along the creek. It was quiet, peaceful, exactly what I'd come out there for. By the afternoon, I was sitting on a rock, feet dangling in the cold water, thinking that maybe I should do this more often. Maybe the woods weren't scary at all. I didn't notice the shift until evening. It started with the birds. Around 5, when the sun was beginning to dip, I realized the forest had gone almost completely quiet. No chirping, no rustling, not even the distant hum of insects. At first, I thought maybe it was my imagination, that I was just so used to city noise that the natural silence felt strange. But as the light faded, that silence grew heavy, oppressive. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was just spooking myself for no reason. I made a small fire again, cooked a packet of ramen, and sat in front of the flames as the shadows grew longer. By 8, it was fully dark. That was when I heard it, the first sound that didn't belong. It was faint, almost too faint to catch at first. A slow, deliberate crunch of leaves somewhere just beyond the edge of the firelight. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth, straining to listen. Probably a deer, I told myself. There were plenty of deer out here, maybe even a raccoon nosing around for scraps. But then there was another sound, a low, almost imperceptible exhale, like someone trying not to breathe too loudly. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and for a long moment, I didn't move. I finally forced myself to clear my throat and call out, "Hello? Somebody out there?" Nothing. Just that awful, suffocating silence. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Animals made weird noises all the time. I tossed another log onto the fire and sat a little closer to the flames, trying to ignore the way my hands were shaking. When I finally crawled into the tent around midnight, I zipped it all the way up, leaving only the tiniest crack open for air. The woods stayed quiet. Too quiet. Sometime during the night, I woke up to the sound of something brushing against the side of the tent. It wasn't a strong push, just a light drag, like fingers trailing along the nylon. My heart slammed into my throat. I held my breath, ears straining, praying it was just a branch shifting in the wind. But there was no wind. The air was perfectly still. The sound came again, this time on the other side of the tent, slow and deliberate, as though someone was circling me. I clutched my knife, the small camping one I kept near my sleeping bag, and whispered to myself that it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog sniffing around. Then, clear as day, I heard it. A voice. Not loud. Not even clear. Just a faint, low hum, like someone trying to imitate a tune but not quite remembering how it went. I lay there, frozen, my brain scrambling for some rational explanation, but nothing fit. The humming stopped after what felt like forever, and eventually, so did the sound of movement. When morning came, I told myself I'd imagined it. Sleep deprivation, the darkness, the isolation, they could make your mind do strange things. I planned to pack up and leave early, but something, maybe pride, maybe stubbornness, kept me there. I told myself one more night would be fine. The day passed uneventfully again. I hiked, read a little in the paperback I'd brought, and forced myself to laugh at how paranoid I'd been the night before. By dusk, I'd almost convinced myself that everything was fine. Almost. The moment the sun dipped below the tree line, that awful stillness returned. No wind, no birds, just silence pressing in on all sides. I built the fire higher than the previous nights, stacking the wood so it would last longer. I sat close to the flames, staring out into the darkness, waiting. It started around 9. The crunch of footsteps, slow, steady, deliberate, coming from somewhere in the trees. I gripped the handle of my knife and forced myself to speak, though my voice trembled. "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped. I don't know how long I sat there, muscles locked tight, eyes darting into the trees. The fire popped and cracked, throwing shifting shadows across the clearing, but nothing moved. Then, just when I started to think maybe it was gone, I heard it again. That same low humming, closer this time, so close it sounded like it was just behind the tree line. Something in me snapped. I threw the remaining wood onto the fire, grabbed my flashlight, and swept the beam through the trees. Nothing. No eyeshine from an animal, no movement. Just endless, suffocating darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire until the first pale light of dawn seeped through the trees, every nerve in my body wired tight. When the sun finally rose, I packed up in record time. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the tent into its bag. I didn't bother trying to eat or make coffee. I just slung the pack over my shoulder and started back down the trail. The woods were quiet as I walked, but not the same quiet as the day before. This was worse, heavier, like the air itself was pressing down on me. Half a mile in, I heard the footsteps again. Behind me this time. I didn't turn around. I just walked faster, heart pounding, eyes fixed on the trail ahead. The humming started up again, faint at first, then louder, closer, almost playful. Almost playful. I broke into a run. I don't remember much of the sprint back to my car, just the sound of branches snapping somewhere behind me, that eerie humming following me the whole way until the trees finally broke and the clearing came into view. I practically threw my pack into the back seat and peeled out of there, tires spitting gravel, not daring to look in the rearview mirror until I was miles down the road. When I finally got home, I told myself it was just my imagination, that maybe there'd been another camper out there or some hiker messing around. But sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear that low just outside my apartment window. Story the end. The first time I told anyone I was going to hike alone, they all had the same reaction. "Don't do it," my sister said, her voice sharp with worry. "You don't know what's out there." I laughed it off, assuring her I'd be fine. I'd been hiking for years, mostly with friends, sometimes with groups. I knew how to read maps, build a fire, purify water, the basics. I told myself that experience made me prepared, but deep down, I think I just wanted to prove that I could do it. The trail I chose was a remote stretch of national forest in northern Oregon. It wasn't the Pacific Crest Trail or anything famous, just miles of dense woods, switchbacking paths, and almost no cell reception once you were a mile in. The solitude was the selling point. I'd been dealing with a rough breakup, work stress, and everything else piling up, and I wanted silence. Real silence. The kind you only get deep in the trees where the hum of cars and buzz of power lines disappear. I started early on a Thursday morning, my backpack stuffed with gear I knew by heart. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, dehydrated meals, water filter, knife, bear spray, even a little emergency beacon. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, 65 degrees, a light breeze. The trailhead parking lot was empty when I arrived, the only sound the crunch of gravel under my boots as I stepped out of my car. I signed the trail log, just like you're supposed to, scribbling my name, planned route, and the date, then pulled the straps of my pack tight and started walking. The first few hours were everything I wanted them to be. The forest was impossibly green, with shafts of sunlight cutting through the canopy, dappling the ferns and mossy logs. Birds called in the distance. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. My mind finally quieted as I fell into the rhythm of my boots on the trail. By early afternoon, I'd covered nearly 8 miles and reached a small clearing near a creek. It was the perfect spot to set up for the night. Flat ground, water nearby, and far enough from the main trail that I wouldn't have to worry about anyone stumbling upon me. I pitched my tent, boiled water for a freeze-dried pasta meal, and sat by the creek as the sun dipped behind the trees. That first night was peaceful. The forest hummed with life. Crickets, the occasional rustle of something small in the underbrush, the soft trickle of water from the creek. I crawled into my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds until sleep took me. The next day, I woke up early, packed my gear, and pushed deeper into the woods. My plan was to loop around a less traveled section of trail, camp another night, then circle back toward the car the following day. I saw no one, not a single hiker, not even a distant voice or bark of a dog. It was exactly what I'd wanted. Solitude so complete, it felt almost holy. Around mid-afternoon, clouds rolled in. The temperature dropped, and the forest darkened in that strange early way it does when the sun disappears behind thick gray cover. I picked up my pace, knowing I should make camp before the rain hit. About 2 miles off the main trail, I found a narrow clearing tucked between towering firs. It wasn't as ideal as the previous night, less level ground, thicker brush, but it would do. By the time I had my tent set up, the first drops were spattering against the rainfly. I cooked dinner quickly and sat inside my tent cross-legged, listening to the rain build into a steady downpour. The sound was comforting, almost hypnotic, and I drifted off early. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know what pulled me out of sleep. The rain had stopped, leaving the forest unnervingly silent. No wind, no dripping, no night sounds, just stillness. I lay there in my bag, holding my breath, straining to hear anything. Then I heard it. A footstep. It was faint, but unmistakable, the deliberate crunch of leaves and twigs. It came from the direction of the trail, slow and steady, moving toward my campsite. I told myself it was probably an animal. A deer, maybe. An elk. Something harmless. But even as I thought it, I knew better. I'd grown up in the woods. I knew the sound of a four-legged animal versus a human. These weren't the random, skittish movements of wildlife. This was paced, careful. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, listening as the steps drew closer. Then they stopped. The silence stretched, heavy and oppressive. My heart pounded so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Minutes passed. Or maybe it was only seconds. It was impossible to tell. Finally, the steps resumed, this time moving away, fading into the trees until there was nothing but silence again. I lay there the rest of the night, staring at the thin nylon walls of my tent, every muscle tense, waiting for the sound to return. It never did. When dawn finally came, gray and thin, I packed up in record time. My hands shook as I tightened the straps on my pack. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever or whoever had been out there. I told myself I'd take the direct route back to the car, skip the rest of the loop, and just go home. It would mean a long, exhausting day of hiking, but it felt safer than spending another night out there. The trail was slick from the night's rain, the forest heavy with fog. Every sound put me on edge, the distant crack of a branch, the rush of wind through the treetops, even my own footsteps. Around noon, I stopped to drink some water and eat a protein bar, sitting on a mossy log beside the trail. That's when I saw it. Another footprint. It was faint but fresh, pressed into the soft, wet earth near the edge of the trail. Too large to be mine, too deep, and angled slightly as if whoever made it had paused, turned, and stepped back into the trees. I froze, scanning the woods, but saw nothing. No movement, no sound. Just endless trees and thick fog swallowing the distance. My pulse thudded in my ears as I adjusted my pack and kept walking, faster now, barely stopping to rest. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, an itch between my shoulder blades I couldn't shake. By late afternoon, my legs were burning, my clothes damp with sweat, but I finally reached the familiar fork that would take me back toward the trailhead. Relief was just starting to trickle in when I noticed something ahead on the trail. At first, I thought it was trash, maybe a discarded piece of clothing left by another hiker. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was a piece of fabric. My fabric. A strip of torn nylon, bright orange, the exact color of my rain cover. The cover I knew had been secured to my pack that morning. I spun around, scanning the trees, my breath sharp and fast. The woods were still. Too still. I didn't stop running until I could see the glint of sunlight on metal through the trees, the faint outline of my car in the trailhead parking lot. I didn't care that my lungs burned, that my legs felt like lead. I yanked open the door, threw my pack onto the passenger seat, and slammed the locks down. As I pulled out of the lot, tires spitting gravel, I looked back one last time. At the edge of the tree line, just where the shadows began, there was a figure. Tall. Still. Watching. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road, until my phone lit up with service bars and the ping of incoming messages. My sister's text was waiting for me, asking how the trip was going, if I was enjoying the peace and quiet. I never went back to that trail. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear those same deliberate footsteps outside my window. Story the end. I was never the type to be afraid of the woods. Growing up in Oregon, I spent more time outside than in, hiking trails that wove through pine and fir, learning to read deer tracks and tell the difference between the call of a raven and a crow. When I graduated college, all I wanted was to get away from the constant noise of city life. So I packed up my old Jeep, grabbed my camping gear, and headed into the wilderness for a week of solitude. I chose a remote area in the Willamette National Forest, far enough from the main campsites that I wouldn't have to worry about noisy neighbors, but close enough to a dirt service road that I wouldn't be completely isolated. At least, that was what I thought. I had studied maps, packed extra food and water, and even borrowed a satellite phone from a friend, just in case. The first day was perfect. The late summer air was warm, the kind that smells like pine resin and sun-baked earth. I set up camp near a small clearing, close to a creek that trickled just loud enough to drown out the rest of the world. I pitched my tent, built a fire ring, and laid out my sleeping bag. That night I fell asleep to the sounds of crickets and flowing water, with the kind of peace you only get when you're miles away from anyone else. On the second day, I hiked deeper into the woods, following deer trails that led me to a ridge overlooking miles of untouched forest. I didn't see another person the entire time, and that solitude was exactly what I had wanted. But when I got back to camp, just before dusk, something felt off. My firewood pile had been scattered, not just knocked over, but tossed around the clearing. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a black bear, but nothing else was touched. My food bag was still hanging from the branch where I'd strung it, untouched. No claw marks on the cooler, no footprints I could see in the soft dirt. I brushed it off, telling myself it was probably the wind or some animal that had lost interest once it realized there was no food. Still, that night, I kept my hatchet inside the tent with me, just in case. The third day, I hiked along the creek, following it upstream, where the water cut through jagged rocks. It was quiet out there, quieter than it should have been. No bird song, no insects, not even the distant rustle of leaves. Just silence, heavy and unnatural. The kind that makes you instinctively whisper, like speaking too loud might wake something up. I tried to shake it off, but when I got back to camp, the weirdness escalated. There were footprints. Not mine. I checked my boots against them to be sure. These were bare, narrow prints, like someone walking barefoot in the dirt. They circled my tent, stopping just outside the door, and then disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time, trying to reason with myself. Maybe another hiker had wandered through while I was gone. Maybe someone had gotten lost and stumbled onto my camp. But the tracks didn't look like someone passing by. They looked deliberate, like someone had been standing there just outside my tent for a long time, watching. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves had me sitting up, clutching the hatchet in a sweaty grip. Around midnight, I swore I heard something moving in the trees, slow and steady. Footsteps. But when I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, my fire had burned down to embers, and the clearing was empty. By morning, I convinced myself I was overreacting. Sleep deprivation, isolation, and the eerie stillness of the forest were just playing tricks on me. But when I stepped outside, I froze. My campsite looked exactly the same, except for one thing. On the side of my tent, scratched into the nylon, was a single word: leave. The letters were thin but deep, carved with something sharp, maybe a knife. I packed up. Fast. I didn't even bother making breakfast. I just stuffed everything into my backpack, took down the tent, and started back toward where I'd parked the Jeep. The trail felt different this time, like the woods had shifted overnight. Every tree looked the same. Every path seemed unfamiliar. I kept checking my compass, but the needles spun lazily, refusing to settle. Hours passed. I should have been back to my car by noon, but the sun had already started to dip when I realized I was hopelessly lost. I tried to retrace my steps, but there were no steps to retrace. No markers, no familiar landmarks, nothing but endless green and the creeping sense that I wasn't alone out there. I stopped to rest just before dusk, my legs aching, my throat dry. That's when I saw it. Across the creek, maybe 50 feet away, a man stood half hidden behind a tree. He was tall, thin, with pale skin that almost glowed in the fading light. His hair was dark, shoulder-length, stringy, and his clothes, if you could call them that, were little more than rags, filthy and torn. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, watching me. I called out, my voice shaking, asking if he was lost, if he needed help. He didn't answer, didn't even twitch, just stared. I don't know how long I stood frozen like that, heart pounding so hard I thought I'd faint. When I finally blinked, he was gone. No sound of footsteps, no splash in the creek, nothing. Just empty woods. I ran. I don't even remember choosing a direction. I just ran, crashing through brush and branches until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally stopped, night had fully settled in and I had no idea where I was. I didn't bother with a tent that night. I just huddled against a tree, clutching the hatchet, every nerve on fire. I thought I heard whispers, faint, just beyond the edge of hearing, like someone talking softly from far away. At one point, I swore I saw movement between the trees, a shadow darting just out of sight. When dawn came, I started walking again, though my body screamed for rest. My map was useless now. The forest felt endless, twisting in on itself. I marked trees with my knife as I went, but hours later I passed the same marks again. Somehow, I was walking in circles. On the fifth day, though it could have been the sixth, I'd lost track of time, I found something that froze the blood in my veins. In a small clearing, there was a structure. Not a house, not a cabin, just a crude shelter made of branches lashed together with strips of cloth. Inside were bones, small ones, maybe from animals, maybe not, and hanging from the center beam was my food bag, the same one I'd left at my first campsite, torn open and empty. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat awake, back to a tree, listening. Around midnight, the footsteps came again, slow, steady, circling, closer this time. And then, just feet away, a voice. "You shouldn't be here." It was soft, almost a whisper, but clear enough to slice through the darkness. I wanted to run, to scream, but I couldn't move. My body locked up, and I sat there, shaking, clutching the hatchet like it was the only thing tethering me to reality. The footsteps faded eventually, and I don't remember falling asleep, but when I opened my eyes, the sun was barely up. My backpack was gone. I stumbled through the woods for what felt like days after that, surviving on creek water and a few granola bars I'd stuffed in my jacket. I was dehydrated, delirious, barely able to stand when I finally heard the distant sound of an engine, a ranger's truck on the dirt road. They found me half collapsed near the trailhead, sunburned and shaking, barely able to speak. When I told them what had happened, they looked at me like I'd been out there too long, like maybe I'd hallucinated the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I've never been back in the woods since. I can't even walk past a tree line without my chest tightening, without remembering those pale, unblinking eyes in the fading light. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I think I hear it again, that soft, breathless whisper. "You shouldn't be here." Story the end.